Hello, hello. જો આવી રીતે મહાત્મા ગાંધી હોલમાં પ્રવેશવાનું દાબ્યું એટલે અંદર ગયું. હોલ લેક્ચર ચાલે.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Clinical profiling.
દર્શન થઈ ગયા બધાને ફોન પેલાનો ફોન ડોક્ટર ધ્રુવી હેલો હા ડોક્ટર સુનિલ ગુપ્તા સર જોઈન થઈ રહ્યા છે 2 મિનિટ યાજ્ઞિક ઓલરેડી છે શૈલા મેમ બી આવી ગયા છે
Okay.
We are just waiting for Dr. Jayesh Rawal. He told he'll join in 2 minutes.
All right. We still have time, right? 5 minutes haji hai apne paas.
And we have like speaker for next session also. Dr. Sylvia also joined in.
All right, cool. That sounds great. Tame when you let me know, to apne e wakhate chalu kari daye.
So we are just waiting for plenary to end in other hall. It will
All
not
right.
take more than 2 minutes. Right? Then
All right.
you can start here.
All right.
Hello.
I will just give you a clue. Meanwhile, can you just coordinate with Yadnik sir?
Yeah,
Sir,
absolutely.
Yeah, Hardik, I am online here.
Yes, sir.
Can you see my slides?
No, sir.
Not yet, sir.
So when will you let me share it?
You can try now, sir, if you want to.
Shaila ma'am, once I introduce the chairpersons, I'll give it over to the chairpersons to invite the speakers.
Okay.
So I think I'll just say that I give over the stage to the chairpersons, and then since you are the only chairperson right now,
No issues. I'll take it up. Don't worry.
Yes.
I will, since Sir's lecture is first, my job is to introduce Sir first, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Sunil Gupta also joined in.
All right. Okay.
Okay, Hardik, can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, so should I?
Slideshow and try moving couple of slides, so you're comfortable doing that.
Hello.
Can you see them? Yeah, they are moving.
Hardik bhai, who's going to be sharing the slides for the chairpersons and the speaker?
Aman will be sharing that from our team.
All right. Okay. Okay, Hardik bhai.
He's just putting a first slide because I
right.
stopped sharing because sir wanted to try. That's why.
All right. Okay.
So what do? I keep it like this?
I will stop sharing your screen, sir, for a moment till we invite chairperson.
Fine.
And Aman.
Hardik?
Aman, yes, ma'am.
Hardik, for sir's introduction, you will be flashing sir's slide, which has been sent to me, right?
Yes. It will come on your screen.
Yeah, that one slide, right, which I have?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hello, Sheila.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi. Okay. So where are you?
So I'm in Mumbai.
Okay.
So what a pleasure seeing you.
I should do.
And
So,
hello all. Should we go ahead and start, Aman? It's 2:30, right? So 2:35. I think we can go ahead and start Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Hall in 1 minute. We are just ending in the other room. I see Dr. Sunil Gupta sir has joined.
Yeah.
So Sheila can introduce Dr. Yagnik and hi, sir. And Dr. Sunil Gupta can maybe introduce Dr. Sylvia Turoni also, I believe, has joined. Aman, can you clarify? Dr. Sylvia Turoni has joined?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see her on the panel.
Okay, Yagnik sir, good morning.
Hello, good morning. काय तुमचा अकॅडमी जोरात दिसतंय मला.
सर चालू आहे बस. आता रुचानी मध्ये आणखी ठेवून दिला म्हणजे मला आणि तोच प्लॅटफॉर्म.
Aman, can you please confirm? Dhruvi, is Dr. Sylvia Turoni has joined? Should we start?
Yes, ma'am. I think we'll start.
Yeah, go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Dhruvi Hasnani here, and I welcome you all to our Sardar Patel Hall. Our chairpersons today are two very esteemed faculties, Dr. Sunil Gupta sir, who is a senior diabetologist of Diabetes Care Center from Nagpur, and Dr. Shaila Sheikh ma'am. She's a senior consultant endocrinologist from Mumbai. With that, I would give over the podium to our respected chairpersons to introduce our speakers.
A very good afternoon to each and every one of you all. It's an absolute pleasure being over here. A special thanks to Rucha for making us part of this lovely global cardiometabolic conclave. It actually feels global. I have the good fortune, I would say, of introducing Sir today, Dr. Yagnik. Actually, Sir needs no introduction. We all know him not only professionally, but also personally. Next slide, please. And if you look up over here, though, I mean, I'm just doing the formalities of introducing him. We all know his research interests, his great papers, where he talks about the high susceptibility of diabetes in Indians. The intrauterine programming of diabetes has been a complete new vista of learning for all of us. And of course, vitamin B12 and IC metabolism. He has a number of awards to his credit, be it the Helmut Mehmet Award of the International Diabetes Federation 2009 to the David Barker Medal of the International Doha Society 2011 to the Outstanding Investigator Award of the World India Diabetes Foundation 2016 to now the March of Dimes Agnes Higgins Award 2019. Whopping number of publications, almost 291. And we all know that Sir is the professor and director of the Diabetes Unit, KEM Hospital and Research Center, Pune. As always, I'm looking forward to hearing and listening and learning from him. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you. Okay, are you able to see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Shaila, and thank you, Sunil. So I'm going to talk about origin of diabetes and non-communicable disease in Indians. We all heard Anup just now, and most of the time he was talking about adults. And people get great thrill if they study pre-diabetes subjects at 50 years of age. I'm going to try and say it all starts much earlier. So I also start by saying that mine is the only diabetes unit where the logo is mother and baby. And that's because of our firm belief on maternal influences on child's health. And we have this new logo where we show that the modern Ganesh now has stopped sitting on the back of the mouse, but clicks the mice, and we'll see what it means. So no financial conflicts, but small conflict that I usually fall in love with my own hypothesis. And this is how we learned when we were students that diabetes was actually a manifestation of a thrifty gene. And this was floated in Michigan in 1960s. And Neil said that selection of genes which promote fat deposition during famines allows you to prevent the detrimental effects when you're not eating. And when the famine is replaced by the feast, you become obese and then have a tendency to become diabetic. A challenge actually to such ideas were already there, and the prominent study is about gestational undernutrition, which is in the Dutch winter hunger people. So these were the children who were born towards the end of the Second World War and faced a severe hunger when they were in mother's womb. That's because the Germans cut off the food supply and it was a very severe winter. And those who were in the womb during third trimester and faced the hunger had a lower incidence of obesity at 18 years of age. While those who were in the womb during hunger for the first 2 semesters, they had a higher obesity, indicating that nutritional changes in the mother and therefore in the baby during pregnancy somehow or other influence their risk of diabetes. I'm today not going to talk about overnutrition of the fetus, and that's why I've shown the gestational overnutrition, only to say that today we are going to talk about undernutrition. This is how the current scenario of diabetes looks in India. This is a brilliant paper published by Nikhil Tandon and Lalit Dandona. We are also co-authors of this. They showed that the rise in diabetes between 1990 and 2016 was maximum in the states which we do not consider as very affluent or overnourished states. So that's starting with Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, then Madhya Pradesh, then Northeast states. These are the states which have been impoverished for a long time. And if we look at history, this shows a plot of height between 1820 and 1980 in 6 countries of the world. In 3 European countries, there was a gain in height of 15 centimeters in 150 years. In India, which is the yellow line, there was 0 centimeter gain, indicating that last few hundred years, we have suffered substantial undernutrition and other environmental stresses, which prevented us from growing taller and putting on the lean mass. So that is how India now is considered a capital of 2 things. One, diabetes, and whether we call India capital or China capital. Then if China is capital, we are the summer capital of diabetes. And that's why we are very fat on this sort of world cartogram, which is on the world mapper site. On the other hand, India is even fatter for two undernourished conditions. One is low birth weight, where we are undoubtedly the world's biggest capital, and under 5 undernutrition, again we are the world's capital of under 5 undernutrition. And I have drawn this saying that a mother influences the baby's risk through these factors by influencing the baby's nutrition in early years, so that in later years, they are more predisposed to obesity and diabetes. And this was, of course, put into words by David Barker, what he called the Thrifty Phenotype hypothesis, where he said type 2 diabetes is the outcome of the fetus and early infant having to be nutritionally thrifty. My contribution to this, I suggested this term to David Barker when he first met me in February 1991. So I can take a pride sort of position in that. This, of course, because of my previous interest, even as a student, in trying to find out why Indians have too much diabetes, which it was there even in 1970s. And when I went to England, I did a simple thing, compared 200 patients in Sassoon Hospital with 200 patients in Oxford. And what did we find? Our patients were diagnosed 10 years younger. They had 5 units lower BMI. They had a smaller mid-arm circumference, but they had a higher waist hip ratio. They had a higher subscapular to triceps ratio. They had a higher body fat percent. And that time we said they had higher insulin resistance. Now I know I should have put one more bar here and showed the beta cell function in these patients, and that would have come negative. So that is something we missed because we were too overpowered by Western world telling us insulin resistance is the driver of diabetes. And you will hear more about it during the day. I'm going to show you it is not. And then I was trying to put this to the world. It was very difficult to convince the journals because it was challenging the dogma. So finally, I put my picture with John Yudkin, and you all know about this YY paradox picture in Lancet, which showed that though myself and John had same body mass index of 22.3, I had more than twice the amount of body fat percent which he had. So in general, I have now learned that you can learn life only if you look backwards. But then you have to build theories to look forward and to live forward. So that's what actually we have done. We set up a study to be able to look into the mirror after some years of doing this study. And that was the Pune Maternal Nutrition Study, which we started in 1993 by screening women in 6 villages before they became pregnant. Then during pregnancy, we studied them in detail for various aspects of nutrition, metabolism. We studied fathers and we studied baby's growth by ultrasound. And that you should remember, this was 25 years ago, and we were doing very detailed ultrasound, as I will show you. Babies were born, they were measured at birth in detail by anthropometry. Then every 6 months for 18 years, and after 18 years every year. Every 6 years, we do a detailed metabolic and cardiometabolic risk assessment. Currently, we are in the middle of 24 year. We have studied 270 now, but the COVID epidemic has just now stopped our measurements. This is a study with more than 95% follow-up rate. It's India's first preconceptional birth cohort with a 25-year follow-up rate of more than 90%. And we have a biobank which goes back to the first day. The mothers were on average 42 kg with a body mass index of 18.1. The mothers were predominantly vegetarian. Their food intake was less than what ICMR suggests in the pregnancy. Large part of it came from carbohydrates, and there was lower intake of antioxidants and vitamins through green leafy vegetables, milk, and fruits. Substantial physical activity in the field and at home, and there was less than 1% gestational diabetes. So they were all thin but fit village women with no hint of gestational diabetes. And the babies which were born to them were on average 2.7 kg. 70% could be classified as SGA, that's small for gestational age. But you know the story, our detailed measurement showed that the Indian baby, which was 800 grams lighter than the English baby, had higher amount of fat in the subcutaneous tissue, that is subscapular skin fold, and by MRI in the subcutaneous and the deeper abdominal tissues. So this was a demonstration that what we see in adult as a thin fat phenotype is present at birth. So you don't actually start preventing this when you're 46 years of age. You have to think much earlier. Now with 20 years later, we can look at these children who are born with a mirror in the hand like I showed you in that slide. And these are the follow-ups at 18 years of age. We had almost 700 offspring to be studied. And you will see at 18 years, almost half of them were underweight. That means a BMI less than 18.5. Only 5% were overweight or obese, 10% stunted. But despite an average BMI of 19, 27% of boys and 8% of girls had IFG, impaired fasting glucose. 10% had IGT, and 2 girls had diabetes, B12 deficiency, very common. So overall, 30% of these young people at an average BMI of 19 had pre-diabetes, and it was twice as common in the boys as compared to the girls. Now, how did these high glucose and normal glucose men and women look? The men with pre-diabetes had a higher BMI, but look at the value. It's something like 20 as against 19. And for girls, they actually had a lower BMI. So they are pre-diabetic at 18 years of age, but their BMI is lower. And when you measured their body fat percent by DEXA, they again had lower body fat percent. So all ideas about obesity, adiposity, type 2 diabetes, pre-diabetes are completely shattered. So we must look at the pathophysiology, and I have gone by DeFronzo's original triumvirate thing, pancreas, liver, and muscle. The pancreatic secretion is one aspect. Liver glucose output is another aspect, which is a largest determinant of fasting glucose. And insulin resistance is largely coming from the muscle. What we found was, looking back in a mirror, like the men and the women who were pre-diabetic at 18 years of age had higher glucose at 12 years of age and higher glucose at 6 years of age when we first drew their sample. So all this idea about catching them young at 45 years with pre-diabetes to enter them in diabetes prevention trials is obviously not true. Their insulin concentrations are with us. And what we found, I've not shown that slide here, is that insulin secretion defect was demonstrable in the boys at 6 years of age and at 12 years of age, and in the girls at 12 years of age. So it was insulin secretory defect present from very early life, which was driving their higher glucoses. But when you study them at 18 years of age, which is what usually people do cross-sectionally in 40 and 50-year-old, what we find is they have both insulin insensitivity and insulin secretion defect. And I suspect that part of the insulin resistance is driven by the metabolic abnormalities which are generated because of lower insulin secretion, and glucotoxicity and lipotoxicity contribute to part of the insulin resistance. I'm not at all saying they don't have insulin resistance by other factors, but this is our observation. So we are now able to look at Lifecourse predictors of glucose intolerance at 18 years. There's a big story behind this. I'm just going to show you a summary slide. What were the important predictors? So if mother was obese or overweight, everyone would be thinking that that is what would drive diabetes in the child. That's what Western world people would think. Here it was exactly opposite. If mother was overweight, obese, it was inversely related. That means it was non-overweight, non-obese mothers whose children had higher risk of diabetes. So that overweight, obese in pregnancy protected the child against diabetes. Similarly for fathers, though it was not significant. Interestingly, father's higher glucose was a risk factor for the daughter. And this gets very interesting in biology. It's called parent of origin effect. The higher glucose coming from father for the daughters was a risk factor. And this opens up a whole new biology to be investigated. But additionally, and very interestingly, smaller birth length was a risk factor, not the weight, which we have talked about in studies where length was not available. It was the birth length, so that if the child was taller at birth, he had a lower risk of diabetes in future life. And then we put 6-year and 12-year glucose concentration, and they were actually very strong predictors of diabetes or pre-diabetes at 18 years. If we look at how they grew in height, the girls and the boys all were growing below the normal glucose tolerant throughout their life, and girls for the large part of their life were actually shorter. So I'm going to suggest to you that you start measuring height in a more systematic manner in your clinic, which usually is not done. And I'm going to tell you the benefits of measuring not only total height, but sitting height and leg length. Let me tell you, leg length is largely determined in utero. Sitting height is largely accreted during puberty. And we found that these measurements have strong association with body composition and different cardiometabolic risk factors. So shorter people have more insulin resistance. Sitting height is actually predictive of problem in the child. So larger sitting height associated with higher blood pressure, higher triglycerides, and in many studies with diabetes. And the leg length is protective against blood pressure, glucose, and insulin resistance. So that if we put these things together, what we find that people who were short but fat, that means high body fat percent, they are at the highest risk in this slide for insulin resistance, but also for blood pressure, for glucose, and a number of other cardiometabolic risk factors. So what you need to do in your clinic is to measure height, some indication of fat, and those who are short and fat will have the highest cardiometabolic risk. Now, Diffronzo later on talked of octet, and I have selected these two organs, liver and brain, to show you how their early life sort of growth affects the future risk. So the whole intrauterine growth is driven by a principle called brain preservation. If there is any problem for the baby nutrition, the body tries to maintain the growth of the brain by diverting the blood to the brain. That's the pre-ductal circulation. The post-ductal circulation therefore suffers, and all the post-ductal circulation supplied organs suffer. That includes heart and the coronary circulation. That includes liver, kidneys, and pancreas. And we have now amazing data to show how this might reflect in future risk of diabetes or blood pressure. So this is something which we did as part of the ultrasound measurement in 1993 to 96 in the Pune Maternal Nutrition Study. So in addition to measuring the femoral length, the abdominal circumference, and the head circumference, we also measured size of liver and kidney in the growing fetus in the mother's womb. Quite brilliant measurement. And what we can show you now is that those who had a smaller growth of the liver in utero, that's the first line here, had a higher risk of diabetes or pre-diabetes at 18 years. And everyone talks about larger liver and fatty liver. So what about the liver size at 18 years? Anup Mishra showed you liver span as a predictor of diabetes. What he doesn't know in his study is what was the liver size of those who go on to get diabetes with larger liver. And that answer is in this slide. Those who are born with smaller liver, who had a slower growth of liver in the third trimester, if they get a bigger liver later on, they have the highest risk of pre-diabetes. This is world's first time demonstration that a failure of an intrauterine organ can be predictive of future risk of diabetes. So these are the elephants in the room. And therefore, we have put together now this figure for you to say that small birth length has predictive value of higher risk of diabetes at 18 years of age. And higher glucose at 6 years and higher glucose at 12 years is again a predictor of future risk of diabetes. Then we draw the ROC curves, and what we show is that if you know the gender of the person, which is male in our study, short birth length, and fasting glucose at 6 and 12 years of age, you can predict the risk of prediabetes at 18 years. On top of that, you can add family history of diabetes, you can add obesity in the parents, you can add a whole lot of things, including body fat percent at 18 years, that things doesn't improve. So that the risk of higher glucose at 18 years is fixed by these three things. And that's a first time in the world demonstration that the prediction can be done at 6 or 12 years of age if you have these measurements. So does it work in the clinic? This is a comparison of Swedish and my clinic for the clustering based on the LAIF groups cluster protocol. The smaller circle is my clinic, 1,000 plus type 2 diabetes patients diagnosed before 45 years of age. Bigger circle is 1,000 Swedish patients diagnosed before 45 years of age. There is, and LAIF group describe these 4 subtypes: severely insulin deficient, moderately obese, severely insulin resistant, and mild age-related diabetes. In Swedish, 2 out of 3 type 2 diabetes diagnosed before 45 years are moderately obese, and about 1/4 are insulin deficient. In India, in my clinic, 54% are severely insulin deficient and 1/3 are moderately obese. So a very different form of diabetes in India, especially in the young, and therefore that should be actually driving our diagnostic agencies, that should be driving our pathophysiological thinking, and therefore the treatment we want to provide them, we are blindly following the Western world. And then I go to Assam Medical College with an ICMR grant. Anupam Datta and Sanjeev Kakati put up this study for me. We studied 500 young Assamese people. Out of these, half were diabetic patients attending the diabetes clinic, other half were the controls. And we find that amazingly, the type 2 diabetes patients in Assam have very low BMI, even lower than what I have shown you in other clinics. This is at the age of 45 years. The body fat percent is no different than the controls. And ladies actually had a lower body fat percent. Insulin resistance was there, they are diabetic patients, but the biggest defect was insulin secretion defect, what we call disposition index, which was almost 1/4 of the controls. And in girls, it was 1/6 of the control levels. Again, a strong proof that diabetes in India is different. And especially if you go to undernourished populations, so-called lean type 2 diabetes, we would be doing them disservice if we were to follow the Western advice. So intrauterine and intergenerational programming is a major driver of future diabetes. And we have shown various things, there's no time to summarize, but vitamin B12 can have epigenetic effect on different genes, including it causes methylation of genes associated with type 2 diabetes and its intermediate risk, that is obesity. So FTO, then TCF7 alpha, all these genes can be methylated by vitamin B12 and can have profound epigenetic changes, which is what we are just now investigating in a trial. So in summary, I'm going to tell you that we are used to seeing patients with final phenotype, and that would be the topic of most of the talks, whichever meeting you go to. The phenotype actually evolves right from the time of preconception and conception with the genome. There is a reorganization of epigenome within 48 hours of conception. And this is heavily driven by mother's nutrition, her glucose levels, her lipid levels, her stress levels, and a number of other factors which we may not even understand today. This leads to all the intermediate early phenotypes, which we have very nicely documented at 6, 12, and 18 years in our cohort. And then finally, they end up in the clinic. 25 years ago, George Alberti said, for pre-diabetic patients, their advice should be that eat less and walk more. If the mothers in my cohort in the villages had eaten less and walked more, there would be more diabetes in India. So therefore, there has to be a precision in what we are talking about, and we cannot blindly accept the Western advice. Finally, I'm going to show you a cartoon which Professor Mark Atkinson published for the current type 1 diabetes research. This is a well-known story, we all know it, that a chap was looking for a penny he had dropped somewhere. So the police asked, did you drop it here? He said, no, I dropped it 2 blocks down the street. So the police asked him, why are you then looking for it here? So he says, because the light is better here. So this is what the diabetes research only restricted to adult age cross-sectional studies means. And Mark Atkinson got very fed up with this in type 1 diabetes and published this in the Journal of Diabetes. I think we should publish it for type 2 diabetes. And then a phenomenal thing which Louis Wolpert, a very renowned embryologist from London said, he said it's not birth, marriage or death, but gastrulation, which is the truly most important time in your life. That is the time when the cell fate is decided, their position in the embryo is decided, and that is time what happens in future is written down. So thank you very much for listening to me. These are all the collaborators, my staff, and the members of the cohorts which we have studied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was fascinating and also very thought-provoking, because it is sometimes very scary when you think about that 30% of your patients with an average BMI of 19 are going to be pre-diabetics, and especially men more than women. Because as you said, our thought process is more geared to think in terms of adults. I mean, the other very important point that you put across was that the insulin secretory defect. We are so used to thinking about insulin resistance all the time that we do not realize that the insulin secretory defect starts much earlier in life, right when you are conceived. What I found fascinating was the effect of the father's blood glucose on the girl, especially the girl's health subsequently down the line. And I love the elephants in the room along with the ROC curve. So a lot of learning to do from you, sir, and really enjoyed myself thoroughly. Over to you, Dr. Sunil Gupta. I think the discussion is going to be at the end of the session. So we'll take a few question answers at that point of time if time permits. But over to you, please. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, Shaila. And once again, thank you very much, Dr. Professor Yadnik, sir, that we go on learning from each lecture every time, and some newer concepts from your lecture. Now we go ahead with the next lecture, and that is of Dr. Silvia Turoni from Italy. And she's going to speak on gut microbiota and gut microbiota and the role in insulin resistance, obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease connection. Dr. Silvia is a senior assistant professor in chemistry and biotechnology of fermentation, Department of Pharmacy and Biotechnology, Institute of Bologna, Italy. Her research activity documented by around more than 95 publications in international peer-reviewed journals and more than 110 participations in national international meetings, of more than 45 of them as an invited speaker. Is mainly focused on characterization of the compositional and functional structure of human gut microbiota and its impact on human health. She's also a member of editorial board of multiple journals across the globe. We welcome you, Dr. Silvia, and over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I cannot start a screen share.
Are you able to start screen sharing? Aman, we need to stop screen sharing.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being there. As it has been anticipated, we will talk about the human gut microbiome, how to harness the gut microbiome against obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. Just a very brief introduction on the human gut microbiome and its main feature of dysbiosis, before talking about dysbiosis in metabolic disorders, the predictive value, if any, of the gut microbiome, and nutrition-based countermeasures. What is the gut microbiome? I think all of you perfectly knows it, but let me further stress just a couple of aspects. With the term gut microbiome, we mean the complex community, trillions of microorganisms, mainly bacteria, but also fungi and viruses that populate our intestine. It is an ecosystem that lives in a mutualistic relationship with the host and exert a profound influence on our physiology. What is this influence? Among the functions ascribed and attributable to the human gut microbiome, we cannot fail to mention additional metabolic capabilities, I mean vitamin synthesis and extraction of energy from otherwise undigestible complex polysaccharides, development, education, and regulation of immune system functionality, barrier effect, I mean the resistance to colonization by incoming enteropathogens, modulation of central nervous system, endocrine system, metabolism of xenobiotics, with the possible role of the gut microbiome even in anti-cancer immunochemotherapy, and the gut microbiome as an endogenous circadian organizer, which undergoes diurnal oscillation during our day, closely related to our eating habits and impacts on our transcriptional, epigenetic, and metabolic landscape. Please keep this point in mind as we will discuss it later. As you know, the gut microbiome is not a stable system, but can be defined as a dynamic ecosystem capable of conferring responses to the host against changes in endogenous or environmental variables. In other words, in a mutualistic context, in a context of a mutualistic relationship between the gut microbiome and its host, the gut microbiome makes small, sudden jumps between different steady state, here referred to as n different compositional layouts, under the pressure of endogenous or environmental variables. I mean genetics, physiology, age, diet, in general lifestyle, or more in general geographical effect, meaning lifestyle, socioeconomic status, environmental exposure, and so on. But beware, because you know, under certain conditions, these endogenous and environmental stressors can force the microbiota to shift from the mutualistic configuration that supported homeostasis to a profile, to a layout. Look at the extreme of the figure, disease, associated with the disease, and look at the y-axis, biodiversity. It is a profile generally characterized by lower biodiversity that compromises the mutualism, dysbiosis is established, that consolidates, triggers or consolidates the disease. We are talking about infection, antibiotic take, abnormal dietary intake, I mean obesity, metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, malnutrition, or even absence of nutrition, and immune deregulation or inflammation, which you know better than me, are the basis of several disorders. Here is only a partial list of disease for which a link to the gut microbiome has been demonstrated. Disease ranging from gastrointestinal, hepatic, autoimmune, respiratory, cardiovascular, neurological, psychiatric, and even oncologic. If an altered microbiome is a cause or a consequence of a disease state, to be honest, we will never probably know it, even if most likely, in most cases, it is only a consequence. But I would like to discuss this recent common ground hypothesis formulated in the New England Journal of Medicine in December 2016. According to the authors, endogenous and environmental factors can trigger an increase in permeability, leaky gut, or mucosal inflammation directly or through selective pressure on the gut microbiota. In persons who are genetically susceptible to one or more chronic disorders, this alteration may favor the expansion of opportunistic microbes as they transition to pathobionts. And this dysbiotic pathobiont microbial community may produce molecules that may promote changes morphological, functional, at local and systemic levels that are pathogenic and contribute to the disease. Okay, but how is this dysbiosis? This recent cross-disease meta-analysis demonstrates that many associations found in case control studies are likely not disease-specific, but rather part of a non-specific shared response to health and disease, a response that, of course, varies by entity, direction, number and identity of actors involved, but a response that is basically characterized by reduced biodiversity and that basically falls into one of the following categories. First, loss of beneficial microbes, health-promoting, health-associated microbes, mainly short-chain fatty acid producer. Second, enrichment of pathogens. Third, a broad restructuring or destructuring of the gut microbial community. A categorization that can provide important insight into possible etiology and treatment strategies for the different type of disease. I mean, for example, in the last case, full community restoration strategies like fecal microbiota transplantation may be more appropriate. Second case, it is possible that these microorganisms play a causal role and they should be targeted with narrow spectrum antimicrobials. First case, maybe a more appropriate strategies would be probiotics, replacing missing taxa, or dietary components promoting their growth. Okay, but what about dysbiosis in metabolic disorders? First of all, we must say that accumulating literature has provided compelling evidence that the gut microbiome has a great therapeutic potential, is a promising target to improve glycemic control and treat type 2 diabetes. Mechanistic studies in mice have even produced evidence for a causal role of the microbiome metabolic disorder, especially in obesity and insulin resistance. But as you can guess, a demonstration of causation in humans has yet to be performed, and conflicting data are sometimes reported. But now let's discuss together what is known about the composition and function of the gut microbiome in type 2 diabetes, and let's summarize recent evidence of treatment strategies that involve or are based on modification of the gut microbiome. This is our study, a randomized control trial conducted in collaboration with University Campus Biomedico in Rome, here in Italy. A trial of 21 days during which overweight or obese subjects affected by type 2 diabetes were assigned to receive or a control diet, I mean dietary guidelines recommended by professional societies in Italy, or a macrobiotic diet, a high fiber diet enriched in complex polysaccharide, legumes, fermented products, sea salt, green tea, a diet excluding fat and protein from animal sources and added sugars. From the clinical point of view, the macrobiotic diet proved to be more effective in reducing fasting and postprandial blood glucose, glycated hemoglobin, insulin resistance, cholesterol, waist and hip circumference, and so on. But what about the gut microbiome? We have to say that the gut microbiome of diabetic patients is dysbiotic and shows the typical signs of dysbiosis. I mean, reduction of biodiversity. Please remember that biodiversity is a hallmark, an indicator of a healthy gut and good intestinal health. Second, enrichment in several pro-inflammatory components, otherwise called pathobionts. Pathobionts refer to minor microbiota members that are able to thrive in inflammatory conditions, sustaining, nurturing the inflammatory process in a sort of self-sustaining loop in a vicious cycle. Third, depletion, loss of health-promoting short-chain fatty acid producer. We also found a deregulation in several microbial pathways. In other words, we are facing a dysbiotic microbial community that could play a multifactorial role in disease onset and progression, contributing to immune deregulation and loss of metabolic control. What was the impact of the diet? To be honest, both diets were able to modulate the dysbiosis, supporting the recovery, we can say, of a healthy-like compositional structure of the gut microbiome, with increased diversity and increased abundance of microorganisms capable of degrading fibers and producing short-chain fatty acid, but also of Akkermansia. Who is Akkermansia? Akkermansia is a mucin-degrading bacterium found to be positive correlated to health and negative correlated to several disease states, recently proposed as a next generation probiotics or live biotherapeutics for the treatment of obesity and related complications. but only the macrobiotic diet shows the potential to counteract the rise in pro-inflammatory component and shows the potential to modulate the functional dysbiosis, thus strongly suggesting a contribution to the recovery of metabolic control. This is a study similar to ours, even if here we are in Science 2018, with a similar sample size, during which type 2 diabetes patients were assigned to receive or the usual care or a high fiber diet with a similar daily energy macronutrient intake, but with a significantly higher intake of fiber based on whole grains, traditional Chinese medicinal foods, and prebiotics. From a clinical point of view, without going into too much detail, I'm a microbiologist, not a clinician, but we can say that according to the authors, the increased availability of undigestible but fermentable carbohydrates is sufficient to induce clinically relevant metabolic improvement, such as a reduction in glycated hemoglobin, fasting and postprandial blood glucose, as well as weight loss and improve blood lipid profiles. But what about the gut microbiome? To explore its role, the authors transplanted the pre and post gut microbiome, pre-post intervention, into germ-free mice, and they observed the same metabolic outcomes. They were able to transfer the effects, thus demonstrating a causative contribution of the gut microbiome as modulated by the high fiber diet to the improved glucose homeostasis in these patients. Specifically, they observe increased representation of genes involved in short-chain fatty acid production, consistent with increased fecal levels of short-chain fatty acid, consistent with reduced fecal pH, and consistent with increased production of glucagon-like peptide-1 and PYY that you know better than me, stimulate insulin secretion, a well-known short-chain fatty acid-driven effect. Who are the actors involved? If I remember well, the authors identified 15 positive responders that are short-chain fatty acid producer and that variously correlate with clinical variables. But the most interesting data is the one related to ASP index, active short-chain fatty acid producing index, an index based on the diversity and abundance of active short-chain fatty acid producers. This index is higher in the high fiber diet groups, but reaches a sort of plateau starting from this day onward. And this fact, the temporal differences between the gut microbiota response and the physiological relevant metabolic improvement, this effect not only implies a causal relationship between the fiber-induced changes in the gut microbiome and the reduction in glycated hemoglobin, but also provides a critical time window early in the intervention that may be informative for later treatment outcomes, that may inform the eventual effectiveness of gut microbiota targeted dietary intervention. The authors conclude proposing the targeted promotion of active short-chain fatty acid producer as ecosystem services providers via personalized nutrition as a novel ecological approach for manipulating the gut microbiota towards, we can say, a more favorable configuration that could help alleviate type 2 diabetes for sure, but potentially other dysbiosis-related disease. Based on these findings, I would like to stress some aspects. First of all, the relevance of diet, of the multiple host endogenous and exogenous factors involved. Diet recognized as a pivotal determinant of gut microbiota community structure and function. By introducing dietary signals into the nexus between the host and its microbiota, nutrition is indeed able to sustain homeostasis or vice versa, contribute to disease susceptibility. The gut microbiota, of course, has a potential to degrade a wide range of substrate, dietary substrate reaching the colon, producing what? Producing a wide and diverse range of bioactive small molecules available to the host that regulate several aspects of our biology critical to metabolic, immunological, neurological homeostasis. Among these bioactive small molecules, we cannot fail to mention short-chain fatty acid, which are metabolic products, to be honest, microbial waste products resulting from fermentation of complex polysaccharide that exert a key multifactorial role in host physiology. They are important for metabolic regulation, immune homeostasis, central nervous system activity, energy extraction, storage, appetite control. They act themselves as an energy source for intestinal epithelial cells, and so on. They also have an important activity of promoting the integrity of the intestinal epithelial. Low short-chain fatty acid deriving from a low dietary intake of fiber have been related to degradation of the mucous barrier and enhanced susceptibility to pathogens. But please remember that the microbial metabolism of fibers has additional effects, short-chain fatty acid independent. I refer to ferulic acid, a phenolic compound present in the plant cell wall with antioxidant, anti-inflammatory properties, anti-diabetic effects. I refer to micro and macronutrients, example given ions, which are bound to fibers and released when fibers are metabolized, or regulation of bile acid levels. We can say that fibers may serve as a platform, bringing bacteria and biomolecules into close proximity, and the fact that fibers can bind secondary bile acid suggests that they play a role in regulating the levels and the downstream effects on our physiology. As expected, not all the bioactive molecules produced or contributed by the gut microbiome have a positive effects on our physiology, as indicated by the molecules written in red. I would only mention TMA. You know, TMA is formed by the microbiome starting from choline and carnitine found in seafood, cheese, eggs, red meat, and once absorbed from the gut, it circulates to the liver, where it is oxidized to TMAO, which has been recently recognized as a cardiovascular risk factor because it increases the hyperreactivity of platelets and with it the risk of thrombosis. But the situation is not so dramatic, or rather the Mediterranean diet helps us because red wine, extra virgin olive oil, and balsamic vinegar contain an inhibitor of the microbial enzyme involved in the first step of TMA formation. Indeed, in a study, we found that the higher the adherence to the Mediterranean diet and the lower the urinary TMAO level. Second point that I would like to stress is that obesity and glucose measure are among the variables that show the strongest association. Just 1 minute. Okay. That shows the strongest association with the gut microbiome. In this study, the authors define a microbiome association index that is an index that quantifies the overall association between the gut microbiome and host phenotypes. Of course, it is a correlative measure. Of course, it does not imply causation, and it may be biased by environmental factors. But they found significant levels of association with BMI, glycemia status and fasting glucose, waist and hip circumference, and so on. So according to the authors, the gut microbiome can be used to infer a significant fraction of the variance of several human phenotypes. Gut microbiome data can be used to improve the prediction accuracy for many human traits, mainly related to obesity and glucose measure. Okay, but can we intervene in this gut microbiota host complicated relationship even before the overt disease, even in pre-diabetic state? Yes, for sure we can intervene in obesity. This is a weight loss intervention study we conduct in collaboration with the Istituto Oxologico Italiano here in Italy, where we characterize the fecal microbiome of elderly obese women before and after 15 days of a hypocaloric Mediterranean diet, followed by 15 days of the same diet supplemented with the probiotics. In line with available literature, we show that these elderly obese women show a dysbiosis of the gut microbiome that shows a typical sign of dysbiosis: reduced biodiversity, decrease of health-promoting short-chain fatty acid producer, and increase of potential for inflammatory subdominant taxa. Example given Collinsella. Why especially Collinsella? Collinsella increased level of Collinsella have so far been found in overweight, obese, diabetic, atherosclerosis patients, and generally related to multiple metabolic parameters. Underlying mechanisms are still unknown, but they are likely to involve those herein summarized. But what about the impact of diet? We can say that 2 weeks of Mediterranean hypocaloric diet are enough to induce weight loss, reduction of LDL cholesterol, and are sufficient to partially correct the dysbiosis, counteracting the rise of pro-inflammatory components and counteracting the loss of short-chain fatty acid producer. Adding probiotics over the next 2 weeks led to further metabolic improvements as well as to increase abundance of Akkermansia. Do you remember Akkermansia? A mucin degrading bacterium.
We have just 1 more minute left for your completion of time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you remember Akkermansia, but I would like to show you that Akkermansia, the potential of Akkermansia has recently been demonstrated in a proof of concept exploratory study in overweight and obese human volunteers. I'm going to the conclusion, just to see you that perhaps the gut microbiome may even be used to predict the development of obesity. If you want to deepen this topic, you can read our paper on communication biology in 2018, and as well as the risk of type 2 diabetes. This is a very recent study on cell host and micro in 2020, where the author identified a risk-independent, a dietary habit-independent risk pattern based on the gut microbiome. In conclusion, we can say that the gut microbiome modulation may represent an important adjunct to prevention and treatment strategies for metabolic disorders. But the problem is modulation how? Modulation through diet for sure, by increasing the consumption of dietary fiber for increased abundance of health-associated taxa and high level of short-chain fatty acid. Modulation by calorie restriction for a more efficient metabolism and increased abundance of Akkermansia. Modulation by lifestyle, example given, physical exercise leads to increased microbiota diversity and abundance of Akkermansia. Modulation by administration of traditional next generation probiotics, example given, again, Akkermansia. Postbiotics, I mean bacterial products, an outer membrane protein of Akkermansia seems to recapitulate its beneficial effect, or modulation through fecal microbiota transplantation, that you know is the most direct means to manipulate the microbiota, even if I think current evidence is still available in metabolic disorders. If time is running, maybe I can stop here, if you agree, because I just have a few slides on general consideration.
If we can wrap it up in 1 minute or so, Sylvia, why don't we finish 1 or 2 slides?
I can?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Just a few considerations on fiber, because I think the problem is what fiber to administer and at what dose. Some answers can be found in this very recent study where the authors compare the effects of 3 resistant starches at different dosage. They found that these resistant starches with small structural differences induce a divergent and highly specific effect on the gut microbiome that direct changes in the output of either propionate or butyrate. While all responses are individualized, of course, dominant effects are consistent within treatment groups and dose dependent with a plateau at 35 grams. you can understand that this is an extremely important vacancy study because it paves the way for the development of precision approaches based on carbohydrate design ad hoc to target specific functional outputs for a targeted manipulation of the gut microbiome and its metabolic function relevant to health. Just as the last slide promised, what will be the future of personalized nutrition? Probably this. It has to identify personalized combination of foods that specifically impacts on the composition and function of the gut microbiome and downstream on our physiology for disease control, disease prevention, or lifestyle optimization. How to identify this personalized combination, how to design a diet. For sure, rationally. And according to the literature, probably through artificial intelligence or machine learning approaches, well aware that one size does not fit all. That's all. Sorry for being late. This is my group, the Microbiology of Health unit of the Department of Biotechnology from University of Bologna, Italy. And thank you all for listening me.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvia, for the wonderful deliberation. Started with the role of microbiota in disease and then have gone up to the precision medicine. And now we are thinking of application of artificial intelligence in medicine.
Great.
There's a role of microbiota. I feel we are already running quite late, but we can take 1 or 2 questions for our panelists. And we have to wind up in next maybe 2 minutes or so, or almost a minute we have. Do we have any question in the chat box? May I request our third panelist, Dr. Agrawal, to take over as panel? Me and Shaila
I think Dr.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'm just going to ask, start off with a question to Dr. Yagnik. Thank you for a wonderful session as always, sir. My question was for the audience. We have a lot of physicians and general clinicians in the audience. Is there something you went through how, what is the origins of cardiometabolic syndrome in Indians? In clinical practice, how can we quickly identify, or is there something we can do, a test or a clinical examination to suspect, or should we order a genetic test? You know, we need to go from translational medicine. We need to know how to apply this in our practice.
Yeah, okay. I mean, what I said was very contributed by genetics to only a small extent. It's mostly epigenetic. So the whole basis of intrauterine programming is not genetic, but it's epigenetic. And that epigenetics comes from mother's nutrition, her metabolism, her stress levels, her infections, and her earlier experiences in life. So this becomes an intergenerational experience. Now in a clinic, what you can do is, of course, like what we do, take the family history, which is perfect. Secondly, don't forget to measure height, as I showed you. If you can also put a standard stool and measure the sitting height, that will give you more indication of the cardiovascular risk. And then additionally, there are a whole lot of things to be measured, like body composition and other things. My important message would be that we should be checking children's glucose in childhood and adolescence in a standardized manner, because in our study that comes out as the strongest predictor of pre-diabetes at 18 years. And this is something which we don't do. So good measurements at birth and glucose measurement in childhood, that is for diabetes. Very soon, we will show you results about blood pressure. And on blood pressure, we are able to show that people who have higher blood pressure at 18 years had smaller growth of kidneys in utero. It was liver for diabetes, kidneys for blood pressure. And we now have pulse wave velocity measurements across childhood to show that those who go on to get higher blood pressure at 18 years already have stiff arteries very early in childhood. So we are taking the foot, or like say the rug from the under the feet of cardiologists to say that it was all preordained and therefore prevention is better than cure. And people have used primordial prevention quite loosely. Primordial prevention, the best primordial prevention is intergenerational and first 1,000 days of life. There is a big movement in the world about 1,000 days of life after Hillary Clinton put it on her blog. And that came from DOHAD research from India and from Europe. So I think there's a lot the clinicians can do, except to think that they can fix everything at the end.
May I add something?
Yes, please, Sylvia, we would love to.
Just one consideration from the gut microbiome point of view, of course. We have to consider that microbiome can have an impact, can have epigenetic implication. So I think that the gut microbiome may also be considered from this point of view. And the study that I didn't show you in details because of the time, sorry for being late again, but in a recent study, we demonstrate that the gut microbiome, of course, not alone, for sure not alone, but integrated with host genetics, with other host data, metadata, as you just said, can help improving the prediction accuracy of the risk of developing some disease. This is valid in, according to our study, for obesity in children, because normal weight children before years, several years before developing obesity, show dysbiotic signature in their gut microbiome. So maybe we can really use the gut microbiome to improve the prediction accuracy of disease. Of course, integrated with your data for sure. Thank you.
I'm sure Dr. Yagnik has a long rebuttal for that, but in the interest of time,
but I would agree partly that we have now a largest biobank of serial microbiota sample collected in the mother and the child. We were also the first one to publish microbiota of type 2 diabetes in India 4 years ago. And we are just now getting into microbiota of vitamin B12 deficiency in Indians, which is a big problem. And we have a number of other sort of studies happening on microbiota because Pune is the referral center for microbial culture for India. So we have a strong collaboration for that. But Dr. Turoni, we should get together and join hands. Yeah?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Lovely.
I just want to quickly ask Professor Amalia Gastadelli from Italy has also joined us. I see her in the panel. If she has any questions, she can show herself and unmute because she is, there she is. Thank you for joining us, Amalia. And you are meeting our experts, Dr. Sheila, Dr. Sunil Gupta, and Dr. Yagnik, and Dr. Sylvia. Do you have any questions for them? And Dr. Bansi Savu has also joined for the next session.
Hi, Rucha, and thank you for inviting me. This is just a great meeting, and I've been really following all these interesting lectures. I have a question for Sylvia because it is regarding a paper that has been just published on gastroenterology, where Professor Byrne has treated some patient with NAFLD with symbiotics, and there was a change in the gut microbiota, but there was no change in liver fat. So since Sylvia has mentioned that the gut microbiota has also epigenetics, I was wondering how long does it take to really make a change? Because of course, changing diet or with the supplements of symbiotic or probiotic is possible to change the gut microflora, but probably the effects are seen very not so soon, and we need months before, not weeks before seeing them.
Thank you, Amalia. This is a great question because this is a hot topic in the research field. How long do we have to administer the supplements in order to change the microbiome and expect an effect on our physiology? It's difficult, very difficult to answer because if you consider diet, we know that diet can change, can have an effect on the gut microbiome even in the very, very, very short term. especially when a diet is strongly different from the previous dietary habits of the patients. This is for sure. But with regard to probiotics, prebiotics, or symbiotics, as you said, it is very difficult to define the right period in order to have an effect. Probably we are talking months, for sure of months, because as according to my experience, I think that 2 weeks in many cases are not enough. But I would like to stress again the importance of personalized treatment. I know that it is very difficult, but a recent paper from the Israel group, an excellent group in the microbiome field, demonstrates that maybe when we cannot say any effect, probably we are not using the right supplements to modify the gut microbiome of these patients, because according to them, there are gut microbiome profiles that we can define permissive or resistant to, for example, probiotics colonization and probiotics effect on host physiology. So it is very, very complicated, but I think this field has a great promise for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Turani. Thank you, Dr. Yagnik. It was a fantastic symposium. A very, very warm thank you to Dr. Sunil Gupta sir and Dr. Shaila Sheikh ma'am for a wonderful coordination and chairing our session.
Once again.
With that,
it's a pleasure.
Like
thank
come
you.
to an end to our first symposium on newer vistas in understanding cardiometabolic syndrome. I now wish to start our next symposium on prevention of diabetes complications. And for that, our chairpersons are our own Dr. Banshi Sabu, who is the president of Research Society of Study of Diabetes in India, and my mentor, very, very humbled and proud at the same time. There is another senior diabetologist and academician, Dr. Urman Dhruv, sir, who we've learned and mentored along with Dr. Banshi Sabu in multiple facets. Over to you, sir, for introducing our next speakers.
Hello.
Dhruvi, thank you.
Oh,
thanks, Rucha. Thanks, Dr. Samir Dani, for inviting us. So it's really great pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Jaakko from Finland, who is MD, MA, PhD and FRCP. He's also a fellow of European Association of Study of Cardiology, FESC. Professor Jaakko is a professor emeritus of public health of University of Helsinki, Finland. His past affiliation include World Health Organization, University of Kuopio in Finland, National Institute for Health and Welfare in Helsinki, Danube University, Krems in Austria, and Dasman Diabetes Institute in Kuwait. His research interests include epidemiology and prevention of non-communicable disease as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and dementia. He initiated a famous study, Finnish Diabetes Prevention Study, DPS. I'm sure many of you must have heard about it. Here, that demonstrated a 58% reduction in incidence of type 2 diabetes with lifestyle intervention. He developed a simple non-laboratory type 2 diabetes risk score, which is FIND risk. It is Finnish diabetes risk score that has been validated and applied widely in Europe and elsewhere. He has been acting as a member of several organizations like American Diabetic Association, International Diabetic Federation, European Society of Cardiology, and WHO Committee on Diabetes and Cardiovascular Disease. Over to Dr. Jaakko. Can we have him?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, Jaakko. Thank you. Thanks. We welcome you to India.
Okay.
Missing you physically, but digitally we are welcoming you.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. This is a great pleasure to join this activity from Finland, where we are enjoying cool summer as usual. Not very hot, but very nice. So I need to put my slides on. Can't really. How do I get it?
So you'll see a green button on the screen. Can somebody
Yeah.
from RX just guide him? RX events?
Yes, that's right.
Screen sharing.
Just share content or share.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Now.
Yes, perfect.
Ardhika, I need my video to be started.
Okay, here we go. Right. So today I'm discussing about the type 2 diabetes risk assessment without using a laboratory. And this is a topic which has been a relatively hot topic during the last 20 years. This way. We are carrying out research work in order to identify the risk factors for different diseases like diabetes. But when we are applying these findings in a clinical practice, then we are not applying any more research, strict research methodology, but we take the best possible powerful predictors in a simplified format in order to be able to carry out the practical work. Now, screening methods for type 2 diabetes can be many different ones. These kind of non-laboratory risk scores are definitely useful. They are cheap, easy, very quick to do. And also with the laboratory tests, we can carry out risk scores, and there are such scores available from various populations. But when it comes to the measurement of glucose and glycemia, that's problematic because there is a lot of variability, and the things are changing. For instance, hemoglobin A1C, even though it's easy to do, it's very insensitive to find early diabetes and pre-diabetes. There are genetic risk tests. Again, these are possible and available at the moment, but they are not very useful without non-genetic factors to be associated with a genetic test. Now, the main issue in diabetes screening is that we want to identify people who have diabetes today or hyperglycemia, pre-diabetes, whatever we call it. But the other question is then we would like to know what happens in the future. And from a prevention point of view, the latter is much more important than the first one, where we may be able to identify early hyperglycemia. So they are two different issues. Now, I start describing our Find Risk Finnish Diabetes Risk Score, which was developed for our National Diabetes Prevention Program 20 years ago. And we wanted to have a simple, inexpensive, and yet reliable way to identify people who have high risk of type 2 diabetes. We also wanted to have a test that people themselves can do without consulting the health care personnel. And the requirement was that no blood drawing, no special equipment, no need for having a trained person to do the test. So we came up with a risk score simple form, which has 8 items, and each item has a different score points. And these points are based on the prospective study we had carried out in Finland. We tested many more variables and ended up with these 8 variables. And we have tried to see if adding some additional variables would help. And the finding has been that nothing much happens if we add 5 more variables that are known to be risk factors for diabetes. So total score points 26 maximum and 0 if everything is in the right order. So we had 2 studies. The first one was the baseline examination 1987 and a 10-year follow-up, where we had a small number of cases of diabetes, only about 200 individuals, but that was good enough for development of a risk score. Sample was a population-based sample, and people at baseline were free of diabetes, at least known diabetes. We also tested with the glucose tolerance test individuals, but we didn't use that in the model development because wanted to have the model which can be applied in the random sample or primary care before doing glucose testing. So we ended up with the variables where we had the regression model, and we used categorized variables in order to be able to use it in a simple format. Of course, would have been better to have a computerized model where we have regression coefficients, but that would mean that lay people could not use that sort of model. Then we had the parameter estimates, and we from there we rounded up the risk points for different parameters, and that's how we came up with the total score. Now, when we looked at the data, 10-year follow-up data, very clearly one can see that majority of the people who had a high score points developed diabetes, and very few became diabetic if the score points were low, let's say below 7 or something. Of course, there is no threshold that would be possible to say that beyond that point the diabetes is very likely to develop, because basically everybody has some kind of risk, can be small, but the point is then if you are using the scores score points to select people whom we want to include in the further testing and interventions, then we have to calculate how many individuals we are able to handle in the public health programs. And that's why sometimes different clinics use different thresholds. But basically the ideal threshold is the one which has a maximum sensitivity and specificity, and it can be identified in this receiver operating characteristics curve, ROC curve, which is the point nearest to the upper left corner of this curve. And the bigger the area under the curve is here, the better is the model prediction. In our case, it was 0.85, that is 85% of the area here. And that means that it is very good. Usually over 0.8 is considered for a ROC curve for a diagnostic test, very good or excellent test. So here we are, and we could use this one here and then see how many individuals we want to have. Another thing is a negative predictive value that tells us how well we can exclude people who are unlikely to develop the disease. And this was also very good, 0.99. So this is something important to keep in mind, that we also want to tell people that you are very unlikely to get the disease, and give a good news to the people. Now, when we have developed a test, we want to validate it. So internal validity means that we are testing the model in the new data from the same population where the model development was carried out. There are several ways to do it. One is to split the study population into two parts, if you have big enough. We didn't have. The other one is to have another cohort carried out in the same population, but with the different people. And the want to have information to know that the model actually works in the correct way. Then, in addition to that, the external validity means that the model is tested in another setting, in another population, and that has been done later on by many people in different countries. Now, we had another survey 5 years later where we had identical survey methods, but of course then we only had a 5-year follow-up and a smaller number of cases of diabetes at that point. And when we looked at the data, we could see very clearly that the results were almost identical in this a new cohort, and therefore we could conclude that our model is really working as we wanted to have it working. Then we had another survey where we had cross-sectionally tested people with the oral glucose tolerance test, and we applied the find risk in this population, and we could see that of the people who had over 20, about half of the people had diabetes undiagnosed previously, and there was a linear relation between or in this population, the higher find risk value, the higher prevalence of diabetes. You can also see that the men had a higher risk. We didn't include sex in the model, but we could have done it because men have a higher risk of type 2 diabetes in the most populations in the world, including Finland. The other thing is then dysglycemia, which is pre-diabetes or type 2 diabetes. And here you see that about 80% of people who had a high risk score over 20 had dysglycemia. So this is a very useful information for the healthcare personnel to find out the risk of diabetes and either prevalent diabetes or incident diabetes. Now, the one thing is that with the risk scores, we are not making a diagnosis of diabetes. It's a screening test, which is a kind of first procedure to start getting information about the probability of having diabetes or developing diabetes in the future. The positive screening test always requires a confirmation through a definitive diagnostic test, which obviously is the oral glucose tolerance test, the most sensitive one. But of course, fasting glucose, random glucose, A1C can be used, but they are less sensitive to find the diabetes cases than oral glucose tolerance test. Now I run through some other risk scores. This is a Danish one. Again, developed in the same way. Here you see the risk scores. They use bigger numbers than what we did. And variables are basically the same as in our. They used sex as a variable here, giving some additional points. ROC curves, when they did it, they had two cohorts. Actually, the one study, because they had a very, very huge study, they split it into two, and the first half and the second half, and the results were almost identical. And then they had the pilot study for a study called addition. They tested the model there as well. So they had two different validation cohorts from the same population in Copenhagen or in Denmark. Now, India has also, Dr. Ramachandran's score is here, Dr. Mohan as well, developed another score, very similar, obviously. And again, you see that the variables here, age, family history, BMI, waist. It's interesting that in most studies, including ours, both body mass index and the waist circumference remain in the multivariable model. So we cannot say that one is better than the other for diabetes risk assessment, because both are predicting. The Leicester South Asian score was also developed in the UK, and in the city which has the highest proportion of South Asians in the UK. And again, the variables are very much the same here, and then they have information presented in this way, which is quite nice. They had traffic lights, whether you have a low risk, green, go and live healthy, or moderate risk, yellow, and high risk, red. So I like it very much. Canadians develop Canadian risk score, CanRisk, and recently they have used it in the South Asians living in Canada, thinking that only one single test in Canada will be used, and area under the curve is 0.7, which is reasonable, not perfect, but pretty good. And the ideal point here was 21 points out of 46. So it seems that it is working, although in the older people over 40 years of age, it's a little bit more problematic. They would need to have a higher score value, because older people, of course, they have more risk factors. One of the first risk scores for diabetes was published from a Thai population, and they had a 10-year follow-up of the industrial worker cohort. And again, you see that the variables age, sex, BMI, waist, hypertension, family history are in the model. And it's Indian. We then applied the find risk in Oman. They had 2 studies, cross-sectional studies, and 10 years apart. And in both of them, the model was working pretty well, but the score points for different variables were quite different from what we had in Finland for find risk. So it really shows that the validation of a risk scores for different populations are important. Now, recently we published data from Saudi Arabia, from Jeddah, and we tested the find risk there, and then we developed Saudi Arabian diabetes risk score from the database we collected with the oral glucose tolerance test being done. This was a cross-sectional study. Original find risk was working okay, and this new model we could improve a little bit, not very much, but a little bit, certainly. The American Diabetes Association has had, with the CDC, has had this kind of risk test for pre-diabetes in their National Diabetes Prevention Program. This, however, has not been validated in any population, but as you can see here, usually the points are 0 or 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, which is very crude way of having the information, but it seems to be working anyhow in the American population. Now, what we did with our find risk was that we applied it in our data in the Finnish Diabetes Prevention Study, where everybody had IGT and everybody had a BMI over 25. And 3-year follow-up was our study. We looked at this information. I'll come back to it in a minute. The wrong order of the slides. In Brazil, in Sao Paulo, there is a screening program for cardiometabolic risk in the working places, carried out by the Institute of Jose Antonio Maluf de Carvalho. They have used find risk there, and the different other parameters here, the Framingham cardiovascular risk score, and you can see here that those who had a low find risk, 50% of them had a low Framingham risk score, whereas if the find risk was very high, 82% had a high Framingham cardiovascular risk score. And there was a linear relation the more the higher the defined risk was, the more people had a high also Framingham risk score. The other outcome in the study in Sao Paulo was fatty liver with the ultrasound and some other measurements, and again only 15% with the defined risk being low had fatty liver, whereas over 80% in the category of very high fine risk over 20 points. So it seems that there are other outcomes as well. Now the DPS, diabetes prevention study data, here are the control group. There was a linear relation. The higher defined risk, the higher was a diabetes incidence in this cohort of control people who did not receive a lifestyle intervention. Whereas in those people who received a lifestyle intervention, this elevated risk in the high-risk individuals was completely removed. So there was a completely flat risk according to the defined risk value. So this was the first time to show that intervention helps people who had a high defined risk value. Now we also looked at the in our cohorts other outcomes in Finland, like a myocardial infarction and stroke mortality. And here are just the results for myocardial infarction incidence. And each 1 point increase meant 15% increase in myocardial infarction risk in men and 90% risk in women. So many different outcomes. It's quite interesting to see that it's not only diabetes that is prevented or predicted with the risk scores. Very recently, there was a systematic review of diabetes risk scores in the Caucasian populations from a Spanish group. And they went through the literature and they found almost 1,000 publications about diabetes risk scores, and with the duplicates removed, 820 remained, and they screened these records then, and then they, using their criteria, how they did, the eligible articles were 48, and the reasons for exclusions are here, different reasons that were there. Many of them were just a calibration of predictions over one score, usually find risk in the different populations. 28 studies were then included in the analysis. And the 26 papers altogether were included in this. They came from different continents, Europe, Asia, some North America, South America, and one study including a multinational study from different populations. They did the correlation using kappa calculation, agreement between the different risk scores, having a high risk or no high risk. And here are the different studies listed, and they come from Detect2 was a multinational one, Germany, UK, Finland, Thailand, India, Japan, Australia, Mexico, USA. And you see here how the correlations are, the kappa correlations are, should be over 40 or 0.4 when it's the good one, And many of the scores, actually, they correlate pretty well. They find risk here, all of them are over 0.5. The Thai risk score also performs pretty well. Australian risk score, again, quite well. But and a German risk score as well. So not too bad, I would say, between the different risk scores. Now, most common type 2 diabetes risk variables included in the risk scores are listed here. They age, BMI, waist circumference, family history, sex, fasting, glucose sometimes included, blood pressure or hypertension, triglycerides, and physical activity. And then there are many other variables that some of the risk scores have been using, and especially those that are using laboratory values, and they have a different things. Now, finally, I have a word about the genetics, because we know that there are now more than 400 different susceptibility genes to type 2 diabetes, each of them having a small effect. But when you add how many of these risk alleles people have, then you can come up with a score, and the more you have these risk alleles, the higher is the diabetes risk. But when you try to use this kind of a genetic risk score to predict diabetes, it doesn't really work well. Hardly any additional value from the random effect. There's another analysis that compared the gene count score alone, very poor prediction. Then here is framing of score, and then added also the gene count doesn't change really this framing offspring score, which is a non-genetic risk score, includes some laboratory values and the lifestyle parameters. So altogether, the conclusion is that the genetic risk score is very powerful in predicting diabetes.
To complete your presentation within a minute, sir, please. We've already run 10 minutes above the time limit, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm coming to the conclusion now. And my conclusion is very simple. Never screen for type 2 diabetes with blood glucose testing without determining the individual's diabetes risk using a non-laboratory risk score first. It's easy to do, and then you can decide whether blood glucose testing is useful at all. So thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. Dr. Urman Bhai, are you there?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm there.
Yes. So please introduce the next speaker, and then at the end, we will take some questions.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Dr. Rucha and Dr. Samir. So we flew from Pune in India to Italy to northernmost Europe, that is Finland, and traveling back across the globe in this global metabolic summit to Spain. And we are calling upon Dr. Rafael Gabriel, wishing him good morning. Dr. Rafael Gabriel has been the head of the research methodology unit at University of Madrid. He is member executive board of RIC and vice president of WCPD. We have to remember that this is a WCPD symposium. He's going to talk about pre-diabetes and microvascular complications. As we all know that diabetes is associated with microvascular complication and reduction of HbA1c improves the microvascular complications, but is going to talk about pre-diabetes and microvascular complication. So over to Sir Dr. Rafael Gabriel. The screen is all yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for this kind invitation to participate in this conclave outside the Vatican City. So, greetings from southern Spain, in Malaga now. So, I don't know how to use my slides, how to put my slides.
If you have a green button at the bottom that will say share screen, share content.
Share,
can somebody from RX Events just guide them?
Okay, here.
Perfect. We have started seeing your screen. Now we can do a slideshow mode.
And now can you see now?
Yes, we see your screen. Just go into slideshow mode.
Slideshow. Good.
Perfect. You may begin, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. So I'm going to talk today about the early prevention and epidemiology and early prevention of microvascular complications in early stage of the development of the diabetic stage diseases. I think everyone agree with me that there is still a great challenge with the definition of pre-diabetes. We have several definitions by several organizations, scientific organizations, ADA, ESD, WHO. So there is no complete agreement, and still is a issue for debate and for improvement. And many people think the pre-diabetes is merely a risk factor for diabetes, and someone thinks that the pre-diabetes already confirm the pre-existing complications at the very early stage. And so there is a nice debate. From my point of view, I agree with Tabak and other authors that maybe we should abandon the so-called glucose-centric concept paradigm, and we should move to a new paradigm more related with the involvement of the microvascular territory in the definition of this early stage, which we know now it comprises a very high risk for development of other cardiometabolic complications. We have a lot of evidence. We know that microvascular dysfunction is the first clog in the system, and many patients with mild increases of fasting or 2-hour glucose already show microvascular dysfunction or even sequels representing the damage in the different end organs of the diabetes disease, like the brain, like the eyes, like the kidneys, or the heart, or the small vessels, or the small nervous, peripheral nerves. So this is the data from the Maastricht epidemiological study on pre-diabetes population cohort, very famous from the Netherlands. So they studied the different function in like the flicker light-induced retinal arteriolar dilation, or the hyperuremia in pre-diabetic people on the left side, type 2 diabetics, or normal glycemic people. So you can see that these people already with pre-diabetes has a worse microvascular function in these parameters that people with normal glucose tolerance. And also, if you look at the association of hemoglobin A1C on the top, or fasting plasma glucose in the middle, or 2 hour post-load glucose. So you can see in the bottom, you can see in the left side, so the retinal arteriolar dilatation, so it's worst and decrease with the level of, is associated negatively with the level of 2 hour post-glucose, or with the higher levels of fasting plasma glucose. And the same in the right side for the heat-induced skin hyperemic response. So as more level of glucose or hemoglobin, worse microvascular function in these parameters. So in addition, we know from several epidemiological studies conducted in the population, in several populations in the US, in Australia, in other parts of the world, that around 10% of those people classified as pre-diabetic already shown some microvascular involvement, some microvascular damage. Retinopathy is one of the most frequent, but also nephropathy and peripheral neuropathy. These are data from the classical data published more than 10, 12 years ago by the MESA study in the US. And the Blue Mountains, this is the Blue Mountain study actually, and the MESA, the combination of 2 studies. And they found the overall prevalence of retinopathy was 11% in the population, at the level of the population, and the 15% in the MESA study in the US. So this is a quite large proportion of individuals in the population. Remember that the estimations of the prevalence of pre-diabetic in the general population in the Western countries, like in the US or Australia, is about 25%, 24, 25% of the population. So 11 or 15% of this 25% of the population already have some damage at the level of microvascular territory. So this you combine all the data in this segment of the population. So this is the prevalence according to the level of fasting glucose. So some people with normal fasting glucose can have some microvascular involvement at the very early stage. But of course, those with pre-diabetic is clear. So also this has been established in people with pre-diabetic. These are data from the DPP study in the US. So they found about 8% shown in the first years after the baseline examination. 8% have a clinical diabetic retinopathy according to the Joslin criteria. These are clinical criteria. It's not only screening like in the population, in the previous population-based study. This is clinical diagnosis. And this prevalence was particularly higher in those people who develop diabetes in the coming years. So those who develop diabetes after 1-2 years of follow-up in the DPS, remember, in the DPP, the inclusion criteria was pre-diabetes. So those people had higher probability, higher risk of developing, of having or showing diabetic retinopathy than those who not progress to diabetes. But the prevalence of any retinopathy, because you know, in clinical practice many times, so you see a retinopathy, and you cannot, and the people has a pre-diabetes or diabetes, but also the patient can be hypertensive or can have another disturbance, metabolic disturbance. So you never know how much of the prevalence is attributable to the diabetes or hypertension. So in total, the prevalence in overall is about 10% in this high-risk population. What are the thresholds? What is the levels to detect as soon as possible the presence of diabetic retinopathy? So several studies. This is also data from the MESA study. So you see, depend if you are using the fasting plasma glucose of the hemoglobin level or the 2-hour post-load glucose. So you can define a cutoff point to detect where the probability increase significantly in this population. Depends on the parameters, of course, you are using, but it's not too high cutoffs. So you can say that not too high levels you need to be at risk of developing retinopathy in this case. What about nephropathy? Nephropathy and pre-diabetes. So this is an old story, and we have several data. The problem is with the measurements in the microalbuminuria. If we don't agree very much with the definition of pre-diabetes, and still, as I say at the beginning of my talk, so it still is a room for debate, and it's a challenge for a new definition. So the same happened with microalbuminuria. So the parameters and the methods have been changing a lot in the last, let's say, last 2 decades. So microalbuminuria, which is one of the, from my point of view, one of the best indicators of early kidney involvement, so was detected and was identified as a good marker of nephropathy many years ago, more than 30 years, almost 30 years ago, by the Mexico City Diabetes Study. So these findings has been confirmed in other population studies in Finland, where they found that only 3% of participants with normal glucose tolerance so have microalbuminuria. Of course, if you go to countries like Japan, where the prevalence of some nephropathy in the populations is quite prevalent, so maybe you can find more people with microalbuminuria at the population level. But you see, as the level of glucose, fasting glucose, or 2 hours intolerance to glucose intolerant is increased in the population, the probability of finding people with microalbuminuria and then at risk of nephropathy or chronic kidney disease in the future increase as well. The CORA study probably is one of the most recent projects which has explored this association of the microalbuminuria and reduced kidney function and the risk of developing chronic kidney disease. So you can see the lines as soon as the microalbuminuria increase, the risk is higher. Very recently, we have this meta-analysis of the association between pre-diabetes and the risk of chronic kidney disease. And also at the level of very mild elevations of fasting glucose. So you can see a significant relative risk, increased relative risk compared with those individuals with normal glucose tolerance in terms of impairment of renal function. We are working, Jaco and myself, in this European multicentric clinical trial, primary prevention clinical trials in pre-diabetic people using lifestyle intervention combined with several drugs, basically metformin and DPP-4 inhibitors. So we have explored, this is a multi-center study, also Australia and Kuwait are participating in this trial. So we are assessing the microvascular function of almost 1,000 patients participating in this. We are in the third year of follow-up of this cohort. And we are using the urinary albumin creatinine as a marker for nephropathy. We are using a very nice, interesting new technique, new parameter derived from the pseudoscan, which is a good marker proxy for peripheral neuropathy. It's not a diagnosis of peripheral neuropathy. It's a screening instrument. It's based in the electromechanical scale conductance. And it's very nice. So to classify people with low, middle, or high risk of developing neuropathy or with dysfunction in the pseudomotor function. And also we are using both the caliber of the retinal arterioles and also the EDTR scale to grading, computerize the level of diabetic retinopathy in these patients. So I saw here some very preliminary data at baseline, so the prevalence of diabetic retinopathy, real diabetic retinopathy. So only people with clinical confirmed and by a reading center, by ophthalmologist, is 5.3. Other, as I showed you before, the DPP, the study, is about, most of them hypertensive is 3.4%. So in total, very similar, about 9%, close to 9% of these pre-diabetic people show already at baseline. So the albuminuria in the deeper eyes, the prevalence of clinical albuminuria, the A2 plus A3 phases is about 4.5%. If we include any kind of renal impairment, so the percentage increased to almost 11% if we include hyperfiltration, which is considered now by many authors as a very early signs of nephropathy. So I will skip this. This is the pseudoscan pseudomotor function and the mechanisms of the but in the IPREDIS, we have seen that approximately 32% of pre-diabetic have any small fiber neuropathy damage. So if we only look at the severe stage, about 6% of the people can be considered having neuropathy, clinical neuropathy. Sorry, there is a noise. Okay. So in the population, this is a study conducted in Finland. About 9% of the people can already have a low pseudomotor function, which is, as I said, a marker of future development of neuropathy. These are people with high risk, I guess. Jaco, correct me. I think these are people with defined risk in the middle upper level of the distribution in the population with high risk of developing diabetes in Finland, adult population. So in summary, in the pre-diabetic population, we can find about 8–9% of people with retinopathy, about 7–8% of people with nephropathy, some degree of nephropathy, and about 30% of people with possible peripheral neuropathy, or at least at risk of peripheral neuropathy, which is very high in my conclusion. So I will, how much time do I have?
Hello.
How much time do I have?
We can have 3 more minutes.
Okay, good. So I would like to talk a little bit about prevention. Prevention in 3 minutes about this potential complication in early stage. So we know from the natural history of the disease, this is the clinical diagnosis of hyperglycemia, that the duration of the disease, the duration of hyperglycememia, we can go back many years, almost 6–7 years before. So the hyperglycemia is there and is damaging the different microvascular territories. So we need to advance and to go back as early as possible to try to detect and to prevent this potential hazards. This is the first study published in China in the Dakin Diabetes Prevention Outcome Study. So in a few people, it's a small sample of almost 600 people with IGT. So they were able to show that a very nice reduction, almost 47% reduction in the risk of developing retinopathy after 20 years in the lifestyle intervention compared with no intervention in the control group. The DPP study, as you know, has been unable to detect or to demonstrate the benefit of lifestyle for the microvascular, for all components as an integrative assessment or index, comprehensive index of microvascular. Only some subgroups like women in the lifestyle intervention group would benefit of this intervention in terms of reduction of the risk of microvascular. And mainly in those who did have more opportunities or have more probabilities to develop diabetes. So recently, they also published some data about the nephropathy, same, no good results, negative results. And the association of these changes were similar with hemoglobin or glucose in the DPP outcome study after several years of follow-up. So coming back to our study, no clear evidence of the benefits of drug treatment or lifestyle intervention on microvascular complication. And DPP alone or the new drugs alone or in combination with metformin maybe opportunity for this new prevention avenues of prevention of microvascular. Only I will finish with this slide. It's a very, very preliminary data. It's 1 year changes in pseudoscan parameters in our study. So you see the people with lifestyle intervention or placebo compared with lifestyle intervention plus the combination of anti-diabetic drugs, metformin of DPP inhibitors. So the reduction, although no significant reduction, was a tendency of improvement in the changes in the pseudomotor function, particularly in those at higher levels and particularly in those people with IGT. So, in summary, in conclusion, I think the best way to prevent the progression of microvascular in pre-diabetes is to prevent the progression of hyperglycemia from early stage. Thank you very much. I will stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Rafael. Thank you very much for an excellent view of prediabetes and microvascular complications. I don't think we have much time, but we can take a question. I don't see any question in the chat box. So I have a question for Dr. Jacko. Sir, you took us across Brazil, USA, Oman, Canada, Denmark. I got a question for FinRisk. At the risk of 17 or more, suddenly the female preponderance increased as compared to male. Is there any explanation for the same, Dr. Jacko?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
At the FinRisk of 17 or more, suddenly the female preponderance or the prevalence increased drastically.
Well, yeah, it seems that there is a little bit curvilinear relation, and it could be that there is a point where the curve is steeper than below that. You are right that it could be around 17, yeah, where we see clearly that the public health point of view, we are using 11 to 14 around that for the prevention activities, but undiagnosed diabetes, clearly the 17 points is very likely that half of the people have diabetes already, or close to half.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to Dhruvi.
So we close the session.
I would just like to take a second to thank the World Congress for Prevention of Diabetes, Dr. Jacko and Dr. Rafael, for supporting our conclave and bringing up very important points from Dr. Jacko about the various risk scores. And I have Dr. Sameer Dani here also, who is my co-organizing chairperson and director of our cardiology. So we take this opportunity to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And Dr. Rafael, very nice views on pre-diabetes. And in India, we see lots of it. So we have lots of lessons to learn and try to figure out how the world is a melting pot and everything. Dr. Dani, if you would like to say something.
I would just like to thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay.
It was a wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacko.
All right.
Thank you, Rafael.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi. Thank you, Dr. Dhruv.
Take care.
And over to Dhruvi again.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Esteemed chairpersons, Dr. Banshi Sabu and Dr. Udman Dhruv, sir. Thank you to both the esteemed faculties who gave us their really precious time and making us understand the importance of prevention of diabetes complications. With that, we move forward to our next very, very eminent session on primordial prevention. And for that, I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. N.K. Singh, sir, who is a senior diabetologist, founder of Diabetes and Hearts Research Center in Dhanbad. Somehow, I think we should wait a little bit for Dr. B.M. Makkad, sir. Till then, I would request Dr. N.K. Singh to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Govardado, please. Thank you.
Hello. Now this session, which is just after a very illuminating session, which we have just heard, we have very eminent personality now, Dr. R. Guardado from the Mexico. He is an endocrinologist and diabetologist and metabolic research laboratory, University of Guanajuato, Mexico. And as you see, he is professor and researcher at the University of Guanajuato and at the hospital regional at the Mexico. And his research area is basically in the physiopathology of type 2 diabetes, pre-diabetes, islet physiology, and prevention of type 2 diabetes. his master and PhD in the medical sciences and postdoctoral fellowship at the Diabetes Division, University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. I think this is important that DiFranco MD and Franco Foley MD PhD, he did this fellowship with these great eminent persons. He's also director of the Metabolic Research Laboratory at the University of Guanajuato, Mexico. And most important, he has more than 35 research papers on pre-diabetes and type 2 diabetes. And as just we have heard that the prevalence of pre-diabetes is so much high, something ranging from 9.7 to 56.8%. And lots of things are happening with the pre-diabetes, like the microvascular complications. So today I invite our very eminent speaker to talk on the prevention of the cardiometabolic syndrome with drugs. So let us see what is the role of drugs in this arena. Dr. Guardado, are you visible?
Yes. Welcome, Rodolfo. We can see you. You need to unmute yourself and start the screen sharing. Yes.
Thank you everybody for the introduction, and thank you to the organizer committee to inviting me to this very interesting network session. So I'm gonna try to share my presentation just to see if it works.
It's perfect. We can see it. Just put it in slideshow mode. We can see it.
Okay. Okay. I think we can start now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, hopefully I can make some reflections during the talk. I think at the end of the talk, we should be finishing with more questions than answers, as we'll see, because there is a lot of things to learn about prevention of these cardiometabolic outcomes, particularly prediabetes. I'm going to be focusing mostly on the prevention of type 2 diabetes. As we know, obesity is directly related to the physiopathology of insulin resistance and hypertension, dyslipidemia causing hyperglycemia, and eventually it will go to type 2 diabetes and in many patients with cardiovascular outcomes. We know that we have this definition of the prediabetes stage. We can define it with the fasting glucose as impaired fasting glucose, and we can also define it with the 2-hour glucose during the OUTT as the impaired glucose tolerance, or we can define it with the A1C, you know? So we're gonna see that depending on the criteria that we use, we're gonna be evaluating, we're gonna be studying different kind of populations. So it is important that we have in mind what kind of criteria are we using to define and to identify the patients that we're gonna put into the preventive strategies. So how can we prevent the cardiometabolic outcomes at early stages? I was watching a little bit of the session from Dr. Rafael Gabriel from Spain, which was very, very nice, very interesting. I totally agree in the point of view that he made on his talk. Well, we need to do this prevention, of course, before type 2 diabetes appears. We have to do it because we know that type 2 diabetes is a cardiovascular disease already. And we know that type 2 diabetes is a metabolic outcome. So if we're gonna try to do some prevention, we have to do it at the very early stages of the development of the disease. Because we know that the physiopathology of the disease is starting several years before the type 2 diabetes appears. So hyperglycemia is gonna be developing at least during the previous 5-6 years of the development of type 2 diabetes, and that's the window of opportunity that we should take to avoid the progression to type 2 diabetes. But we have to make a reflection, as I said at the beginning, about some questions. We need to make some questions to have a little bit more clear what we're gonna be doing in terms of prevention of type 2 diabetes. We have to think about why it's important to do the prevention of type 2 diabetes. To whom are we going to be applying this prevention? What is the population that is going to be getting the most benefit of these interventions? What do we have available to do this prevention? What do we have available in terms of efficacy, safety, cost, durability of the effect, long-term effects in terms of complications, microvascular, macrovascular complications. So we need to think about these questions before we try to define the preventive strategy that we're gonna use for our patients. So why? There is no doubt that to prevent type 2 diabetes, to prevent cardiovascular complications as much as possible, and of course, to stop type 2 diabetes epidemic. The only way, I'm convinced that the only way to really face and really stop this progressive increase in the cases of type 2 diabetes is doing a prevention at earlier stages. And because we know that, as was mentioned before, and there are several publications about this, we know that people with prediabetes has already a higher risk of micro and macrovascular complications. So as long as we achieve this prevention of the disease, we can also achieve this reduction in the final complications in patients with this abnormality. To whom are we going to be applying these strategies? That's very important. We need to define what kind of population are we going to be studying for this. So are we going to do it with people with obesity, people with multiple risk factors? Or if we do it using the definition of prediabetes, we need to be clear about what kind of patients are we including. Are we going to be including patients with impaired fasting glucose or with impaired glucose tolerance, or are we going to include patients with the combinations of both? Or are we going to include patients according to new criteria like the 1 hour glucose at the OGTT, which has been demonstrated also as a high risk factor to progress to type 2 diabetes. And also it's important that we try to characterize our population. I think that one of the problems that we have to really get good results in terms of prevention is that we need to characterize the population that we are studying, because not all the populations are the same. So we need to know better what we are facing, first of all. This is some data from Mexico. We know that unfortunately, we share some problems like this. No? In Mexico, in my lab, we have found an approximate prevalence of prediabetes around 30%. At least 30% of adult population has some kind of prediabetes, and that's because we have a very high risk factors. Unfortunately, we have many risk factors. People does not exercise, the nutrition is really bad, and many other risk factors that is taking us to this huge problem that is increasing and increasing progressively. And we are trying, when I first started working on my lab, what I tried to do first is to know a little bit more of the problem, to characterize my population, to define what's the behavior of this population in order to apply some preventive strategies. I'm gonna show you some few slides about this. And as we can see, when we stratify the patients according to the glucose abnormality, we can see that these 3 types of prediabetes, IFG alone, IGT alone, or the combined of both, what we would call like a mixture of prediabetes, and the new case of type 2 diabetes. We can see that, for example, obesity is very similar between these 2 groups. A new case of type 2 diabetes is very similar to a case with IFG plus IGT. Visceral fat, again, very similar between these 2. So it seems like, as we know from years ago, from different papers, it seems like this group of patients with a combined IFG to IGT, it seems to be the worst case of prediabetes. No? When we see the behavior of the oral glucose tolerance test, well, of course, this combination of prediabetes is going to have the higher glucose values during the OGTT, and the higher are under the curve for the glucose during the OGTT. And as well as the higher insulin secretion, the higher insulin levels during the OGTT, because these patients with a combined prediabetes, they are trying to compensate the hyperglycemia and insulin resistance. And because of that, they are secreting very high insulin levels. But that is telling us that somehow the beta cell of these patients is overworking, is trying to compensate that, and eventually it will go it will fail that beta cell. As we can see in this slide, we are showing one of the measurements of the beta cell function derived from the OGTT, and we can see that there is a progressive decline in the beta cell function, and from the groups of prediabetes, this combined group is the one that has the worst beta cell function, measured from the OGTT, but when we measure it from the clamps, with the hyperglycemic clamps, for example, we can see something also similar. So we can see that this combined group of prediabetes is the one that has a higher risk of to progress to type 2 diabetes. And this is just talking about physiopathology, about beta cell function. So why this group of combined prediabetes is not having yet type 2 diabetes? Well, that's because somehow these patients are still having some good insulin secretion. But as I said before, the beta cell of these patients is working hard, is suffering in some way, and eventually it will fail to progress to type 2 diabetes. And that's been shown also previously that this combined group of glucose abnormalities is the one that has a higher risk to progress to type 2 diabetes. So, as a conclusion of this part of the session, we would say that most of the physiopathological abnormalities have been demonstrated to be already present in the prediabetes patient. Okay, we can see in this slide, we have insulin resistance, islet dysfunction, hyperglucagonemia, incretin reduction, and so on. So we will think that because of this physiopathology, we could start some interventions at the early stages, focusing on these physiopathological abnormalities to trying to stop the progression of the disease. But as I said before, we have to do more questions than answers. And I would have some questions in here. What do we have? What do we have to do this prevention? Lifestyle, of course. There is no doubt the lifestyle is good. It's been proven with several trials that the lifestyle is going to be good for people with this kind of glucose abnormalities, but we are not going to talk that much about lifestyle because it's not the topic of the session. Drugs, we want to mention something about the drugs. We have to review the efficacy of these drugs, the physiopathological effect of these drugs. If we're going to call efficacy if the drug stops the prediabetes progression or if the drug reverses the prediabetes to normal glycemia, safety of the drugs, the cost, as I said, durability of the effect, and the global availability of these drugs. So it's been shown before that it seems like what we should be trying to achieve is the reversion to normal glycemia, because if we achieve this outcome of to bring the patient back to normal glycemia, is the best way to really reduce the risk of some vascular complications. So that would be really the goal of the preventive studies, to make the patient to go back to the normal stage. So what kind of drugs have been tested in prediabetes? We have tested insulin. There was the origin trial. The percentage of risk reduction was lower for insulin, was also lower for sulfonylureas. There are some trials with sulfonylureas. With arcarbose, also there are some trials. It was a recent trial published like a few days ago, as far as I remember. They have a reduction in the risk, but this reduction is small, like I think it's like 18, 20, 25%. Yeah. And then we have metformin. Of course, metformin was the first drug that was tested to prevent type 2 diabetes in the DPP. As we know, it has proven certain benefit. Certain benefit is not the best, but certain benefit. We have TCDs, pioglitazone, has been also proved some efficacy. We have incretins. We have some trials, not many trials, but we have a few trials with GLP-1 receptor agonists and with the DPP-4 inhibitors showing some benefit. And we have very few, almost not, but there are some recent presentations, trials with SGLT2 inhibitors also in people with prediabetes. So we're gonna go through some of these papers to try to make a conclusion. No? So metformin, as we know, metformin is an insulin sensitizer. It's a weak insulin sensitizer. It increases slightly glucose uptake by the muscle and reduces hepatic glucose production, and in that way, it improves insulin sensitivity. So the DPP-4, as we know, was the first trial using metformin for prediabetes, and it proved that after like an average 3 to 4 years, metformin reduces the risk of prediabetes by 31% in comparison to placebo. We need to make clear that this was compared with placebo, right? With general recommendations, not really a lifestyle, because when metformin was compared with the lifestyle, well, the incidence of type 2 diabetes was lower in the lifestyle group than the metformin. But still, metformin showed some benefit because of that improvement in the insulin sensitivity. In the long term, of course, in the long term, there was still an effect of metformin on lifestyle, but unfortunately, as we can see on this graphic from the DPT outcome study, the incidence of diabetes was progressively increasing. So eventually, most of the patients in this trial developed type 2 diabetes, no matter in what kind of interventions were they. We would like to see this as a line, not a progressive increase, but still, as I said, metformin has a utility to delay at least the appearance of type 2 diabetes, as well as the lifestyle intervention. TCDs, well, TCDs, as we know, the mechanism of action, TCDs are drugs that also improve insulin sensitivity, but they improve it also at the adipose level. It reduces lipolysis, it reduces hepatic glucose production, and it has also some effect on pancreatic beta cell function. So it seems to be like a more complete effect. No? And there are some trials about these drugs, like the AGNOW. The AGNOW was a trial that showed a significant reduction in the risk of type 2 diabetes with the maximum doses of pioglitazone, 72% of reduction. But the problem that we started seeing with these interventions with drugs, it was that unfortunately, after the drug was stopped, for example, in the AGNOW, after 12 months of the drug was stopped, the patients were evaluated again, and everything goes back. So the patients lose what they gain after 12 months of intervention. So this is telling us that perhaps we should keep the intervention for a longer time, or we don't know really how long should we continue the intervention to maintain this effect. We have with the incretin, we know the incretin system, the GLP-1 secretion by the intestine, and we know that the GLP-1 is inactivated by the DPP-4. And we know the effects of the incretin system, the GLP-1. We know what we achieve with the DPP-4 inhibitor. There is a difference between DPP-4 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists. They don't are going to have the same effect. With the DPP-4 inhibitor, we basically increase insulin secretion, reduces glucagon secretion, and improves beta cell function. So with the use of the incretin drugs, there are also several trials. This is one of the trials, the Stop Diabetes, that was carried out with Dr. DeFronzo and some of his collaborators. And this trial, this very interesting trial, although this is a retrospective trial, it's not a prospective, it's a retrospective trial, but they show it by the combination of drugs was better to reduce the incidence of type 2 diabetes, because when they analyzed the data, the retrospective data of patients that were using metformin, pioglitazone, and a GLP-1 receptor agonist, they showed a reduction of the risk up to 88%. And patients with metformin plus pioglitazone, there was around a 70% in the risk reduction to progress to type 2 diabetes. Of course, there is some bias in this trial because of its nature, the retrospective trial. But it was very interesting because they're showing that if we combine different drugs with different mechanisms of action, we can get better results. This is another trial with liraglutide, 3 years of liraglutide, 3 milligrams. And they showed also an important reduction in the risk of type 2 diabetes. It was around a 79% reduction using liraglutide 3 milligrams during 3 years. But what they saw also, it was that after the drugs was discontinued, they start losing some of the benefit that they gained during the trial. More with the GLP-1 receptor agonist, there is also the RISE trial, which was done in USA. This is a short study. It's only 12 months of intervention with 3 months of follow-up after drug discontinuation. They compare different combinations, glargine plus metformin, liraglutide plus metformin, metformin alone, or placebo. And what they saw is that, as expected, the group that was using liraglutide has the better effect on the pancreatic beta cell function. But after 3 months of the discontinuation of the drug, this benefit goes away. So if they stop the drug, the benefit obtained at this time goes away, unfortunately. Something similar that what has been shown with the previous drugs used in prediabetes, that once we stop the drug and we evaluate the patient after a few months, then the most likely is that the patient is gonna lose that benefit that they gain with the drug. There's another trial. We carried a small trial, the prelim trial that was on here in Mexico, where we tested we studied patients with combined prediabetes with a higher risk to develop type 2 diabetes. And we evaluate the effect of the combination of this DPP-4 inhibitor, linagliptin plus metformin, plus a lifestyle program on glucose metabolism, insulin secretion, beta cell function, and incidence of type 2 diabetes. And we use as a comparator metformin plus lifestyle. So after 20 months of the study, we saw that patients with a combination of treatment had a better glucose levels during the UTT. And we saw also that the glucose levels in general during the 24 months plus 6 months with an open follow-up of 30 months, we saw that the combination group has lower glucose levels during the entire OUTT in comparison to the metformin group. And then when we measured, for example, the pancreatic beta cell function, we saw also something similar. It was a better improvement in the combined group with a DPP-4 inhibitor plus metformin plus lifestyle, which was in agreement with the A1C measurements. We can see here the A1C measurements in the combined group was a slight reduction versus the metformin group that was showing with the time a progressive increase in the A1C. We saw a reduction of around 68–70% in the risk to develop type 2 diabetes in this 2-year study. We included around 140 patients, like 70 and 70 in each group. So it seems like that there's a window of opportunity also for the DPP-4 inhibitors regarding of type 2 diabetes prevention. We analyzed some data that we haven't published yet, and we saw as also in agreement with what has been shown before that some basal measurements can be used as a prognostic, as a predictors to develop type 2 diabetes. And in this regard, what we saw as the best predictors was the profile of the OUTT, the glucose levels in the OUTT, and the beta cell function. The basal beta cell function is telling us which is the patient who has a higher risk to develop type 2 diabetes. And that's why I think it's important that we identify very clear and we characterize very clear our population to see which is the population with the highest risk, and we should be focusing mainly on that population for the use of drugs in prediabetes. There are very few reports with the SGLT2 inhibitor. This is a poster that was recently presented at the ADA. Very interesting work also. This is data from the DAPA-HF and DAPA-HF trial. They showed here what happens with the patients that didn't have diabetes at the beginning of the study, and they showed that the dapagliflozin has a a 32% reduction in the risk to progress to type 2 diabetes. So this is very interesting also data, and very nice data to have into account when we think in drugs about the prevention of type 2 diabetes. So this is a summary. This table is a summary of most of the trials. It's not including all of them, but most of them. We have trials with metformin from 25 to 31% of reduction in the risk. We have with TCDs, with the high risk reduction. As I said, with the AG now, up to 72% in the risk reduction. We have trials with GLP-1 receptor agonists. We have with liraglutide, a high reduction in the risk, 78, 79, close to 80% in the risk reduction. Combination of drugs is also around 70 to 90% in the risk reduction. And then we have this with the DPP-4 inhibitor, around 70% in the risk reduction, combined with metformin and lifestyle. And with the dapagliflozin, as I just said, it was a 32% reduction in the risk to develop type 2 diabetes. So as a conclusions, we have several points to conclude. So are we really preventing type 2 diabetes, or we are just delaying the appearance of type 2 diabetes, or we are just treating early? It seems from what has been shown from the different trials that we are just treating early, something that is going to be progressive and something that so far we haven't found something really able to stop it or completely revert. Adherence is a big issue. I mean, we that do clinical research, we know that the adherence is a big issue. We have, unfortunately, there is a high percentage of dropouts of patients from the trials. Why? Because there is a problem. The patient doesn't feel really sick. Patients with prediabetes, they don't feel that they are sick. And because of that, they many times they just drop the medication. So we need to deal with this adherence thing. Combined therapies. So it is clear that we need to use combined therapies. Of course, for all the drugs that we test to evaluate the effect on the prevention, we need to combine them with the lifestyle, because the lifestyle is like the standard treatment right now. So we need to combine it, and also we need to think about the combination of drugs with different effects to get the better results at the end of the trials. Most of the studies are of the short duration. We have studies with 2, 3 years, 4 years. There are very few studies with the long-term duration, and we need more long-term studies to show what happened with the appearance of complications, not just the appearance of diabetes, but also with the appearance of complications. We need to think about the physiopathological stage that we are trying to achieve, to face. We need to think about the cost of the medications, the tolerance of the medication, the side effects, the global availability of these medications, because not of them are freely available around the world. And we need to think about the reduction of complications, as Dr. Gabriel was saying. You know, it is important that we find what is better for what kind of population, and not just look at the glucose levels or the development of type 2 diabetes, but also look at the long-term effect regarding microvascular and macrovascular complications. And with this, I'll thank all of you for these invitations, and we'll be happy to share some points of discussion. Thank you very much.
I think Dr. Rodolfo, a very brilliant lecture, and I think it is a very controversial subject also, but you have given a very good input how to proceed for such a controversial issue. So I don't think there is any question in the chat box. So I would like to ask you, recently this diabetic prevention outcome study has come, and even after 22 years of follow-up, it has been shown that even the lifestyle is the best way, because in that case also, I think they're less likely to have diabetes was in lifestyle group, it was 25%, and it was only 18% in the metformin group. So don't you think today that still the metformin is in the best way to prevent, if at all we are going to select any drug. So this is one question. And second question is, I think with the DAPA-HF trial, which you showed, that has given, I think, the very, very important input that even this dapagliflozin or this group of drugs could be a future candidate for prevention of this pre-diabetes. So what is your opinion about that?
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree regarding what you say about I saw the DPP outcome study publications, and the DPP has always shown that the lifestyle is the best. It seems to be no doubt about that. Lifestyle is the best so far, because the DPP-4 outcome study is one of the longest trials that we have. But still, metformin is doing also good. Of course, metformin is, we can say that so far now, metformin is like the standard drug to use in people with prediabetes. Mostly if they have some other factors like obesity, if they are young, for example. But what I try to be a little bit more criticized with the metformin, because I think we are not getting what we should be getting from one drug to prevent type 2 diabetes, because in the long term, like 18, 20% reduction, to me is low. And that's why I think we need to look into these new drugs or new combinations of drugs, like the SGLT2 inhibitors, for example, that need to be tested more in a more longer time, or the combination with metformin plus SGLT2 inhibitors plus incretin drugs or plus NCDs. So we need to do more trials about prevention of type 2 diabetes. But so far, of course, lifestyle is the best, no doubt. And metformin is a very cheap drug. It's a very available drug, and it's been proven that it's useful in the long term in the DPP-4 outcome study.
So thank you. I think Dr. Makkar is there, Bridge Makkar is there. I think, sir, your comments, sir, on this.
So, Dr. Rodolfo, very nice presentation, very nice overview of the subject. I am Bridge Makkar here. I was just, trying to compare two important studies that you covered here. One was the RISE study, where you showed the impact of GLP-1, and once the GLP-1 is taken off, the impact is gone. Now, if we compare to that, your prelim study, which you are doing, you have done with DPP-4 inhibitors, you have shown the impact is much better. So, while these two molecules are acting on the same pathway, what is the difference that you think has resulted in these two different studies?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question and very interesting reflection. What I think is that, the RISE trial was just a 12-month trial. Prelim trial was a 24 months with an open follow-up of up to 30 months. We are still following the patients. We are finishing the data without the drug to see what's going to happen. But we know that, by one side, the GLP-1 has more effects than the DPP-4 inhibitors. We know the effect on the appetite, gastric emptying, and so on, while the DPP-4 inhibitor only increases the insulin secretion and reduces the glucagon secretion. But something that is important is that the DPP-4 inhibitor, it's an inhibitor of the DPP-4. So we know that with the DPP-4 inhibitor, we are increasing the levels of the endogenous GLP-1, but we could be increasing the levels of any other incretin, known or unknown, because we might not know all the incretins, and with the DPP-4 inhibitor, we are increasing all the available incretins that the patient has. And with the injection of the GLP-1, we are just applying the drug.
So did you find any weight loss in these patients? Did you find any weight loss in your patients in prelim study in 2 years?
Yeah, we saw a weight loss of around, it was around like 3 to 4 kilos. But I have to say that all the patients were on the lifestyle.
Yeah. So because
that's something that we have to keep in mind, because some trials, they compare a specific drug with a placebo or lifestyle. It is clear that now it's not correct to use placebo as a comparator. If I'm going to test a drug in prediabetes, I need to compare it at least against metformin plus lifestyle, because that's like the standard treatment actually.
No, I think that's a very valid point, and I want to thank Rodolfo. We were fellows together at the University of Texas. It's a great pleasure to have you as one of our faculty. And what a wonderful talk, and I'm going to hound you later. How did you get these amazing numbers? You know, the numbers are quite amazing with your study. So certainly we'll catch up with you, but if everybody, in the interest of time, should we move on to our next session?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makkar. Thank you, Dr. N.K. Singh. Wonderful questions.
Dr. Rucha and Dr. Dani, thank you very much. And Dr. Rodolfo, and with the co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rucha ma'am. Thank you very much to all our chairpersons, Makkar sir and N.K. Singh sir. We now move on to an SGLT2 inhibitor update. And for that, we have a very great combination of a cardiologist, Dr. Sunil Thanvi sir from Ahmedabad, and our very, very eminent diabetologist, Dr. Arvind Gupta sir from Jaipur. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dhruvi. Shall I start? Dhruvi?
Yeah,
Hello?
Dr. Arvind, you start, please.
Okay. So, will you give the intro slide of
Can we have the
Dr. Mudaliar?
Yeah, speaker slide, please.
Yeah. So, at the outset, I thank and congratulate Dr. Rucha and Dr. Sameer Dani for the wonderful cardiometabolic conclave. I have seen the best of the best in the world you have chosen for this cardiometabolic conclave. Thank you very much for that. And this session is, I think, one of the most important session of SGLT2 inhibitors update, because most of the international guidelines, whether they are ACE guidelines or ADA guidelines or even cardiologist guidelines, ESC guidelines, they all suggest that now SGLT2 inhibitors are number one as far as the management of type 2 diabetes is concerned. So now we want more update, more intricate mechanisms and more details about the SGLT2 inhibitors. And for this symposium, none other than Dr. Sundar Mudaliar and Dr. Akshay Desai are there in this session. So I think let us start with Dr. Sundar Mudaliar. Can I have an intro slide? He's one of the practicing and the great researcher in the field of diabetes from San Diego. I know him very well. Do I have this slide, intro slide of Dr. Mudaliar, please? Yeah. He is the medical director, cardiomyopathy and heart failure program.
Dr. Mudaliar slide, please. Hardik.
Oh, sorry.
The previous slide, not this. There
Yeah. I know him very well, one of the great researcher, and he's the clinical professor of medicine at the University of California in San Diego. He's trained in India, England, and the United States. Dr. Mudaliar is active in seeing patients still and teaching, has focused his research on the clinical aspects of diabetes and its management. He's an investigator in several ongoing landmark studies, including the NIH Diabetes Prevention Program Outcome Study, the NIH DCCT Addict Study, and the NIH GRADE studies, which we all mention and in the references whenever we lecture and also in our research papers. So I'll invite Dr. Mudaliar for this. I'll not come in between you and Dr. Mudaliar, please. And he will be speaking on a very important subject, and which is, I think, we must know the energetics of SGLT2 inhibitors. So let's, Dr. Mudaliar, please.
Dr. Mudaliar could not be with us personally, so he has sent a recorded lecture.
Okay.
Hardik, can you play the lecture now?
Good evening, everybody, and greetings from San Diego, California. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Sameer Dani and Dr. Rucha Mehta for having given me this opportunity to present to you on SGLT2 inhibitors and myocardial fuel energetics, an update. As many of you would know, our group in San Diego postulated the unifying fuel hypothesis for the effects of the SGLT2 inhibitors in 2016. First, my conflict of interest disclosures in the last 12 months. I have been a speaker for AstraZeneca and Glenmark, and I get support in research from the... I have 4 objectives today. First, I will describe fuel energetics in the normal myocardium. Then, I will discuss what happens in diabetes. How does this get affected? Further, I will review potential mechanisms through which the SGLT2 inhibitors improve myocardial fuel metabolism and which leads to cardiovascular benefits. Then, I will give you an update from 2020 on the fuel energetics hypothesis. Let me step back and look at the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes, the ominous octet described by Professor Rolf DeFronzo, who is giving his plenary session in this conference. We have defects in multiple organs: kidney, pancreas, muscle, adipose tissue. All of these contribute to hyperglycemia. The good thing is we have drugs which act on all these sites: SGLT2 inhibitors, sulfonylureas, metformin, NCDs, incretins, and of course insulin. And what do they all do? Well, they lower blood glucose levels. But the problem is that in the past, we found that tight glycemic control improves microvascular complications, but has no effect on cardiovascular disease. And if you look at an alternative definition of diabetes from Miles Fisher, this is what he says: diabetes should be defined as a state of premature cardiovascular and may also be associated with blindness and renal failure. So the crux in diabetes is premature cardiovascular death. And as you know, after the episode with rosiglitazone, he issued guidance in 2008 saying that all new anti-diabetes therapies should undergo studies to demonstrate at least non-inferiority for cardiovascular risk. Of course, just a month ago, the FDA kind of did a U-turn on this, and they've issued new guidance, and Professor Shashank about that. What did we learn from the CVOTs? Well, we found out not only are there cardiovascular benefits of the diabetes medications, but also renal benefits. Let's look at them. DPP-4 inhibitors, of course, no MACE benefits, no heart failure benefits, maybe a signal for increased heart failure there with some of the compounds. And of course, renal benefits are mostly reduction in albuminuria. GLP-1 receptor agonists also, MACE benefits, but no CHF benefits. And again, only albuminuria reduction benefits on the kidney. But if you look at the SGLT2 inhibitors, they have both MACE benefits and heart failure benefits. And their renal benefits include decreased progression to end-stage renal disease. Now, what is the difference between the cardiovascular benefits of MACE versus CHF? Now, we have to remember that the studies, the CVOTs, were powered for MACE. This was a chance finding which came up with the SGLT2s. So they were all powered for non-inferiority for MACE events. Why? Because they define cardiovascular disease as coronary artery disease, cerebrovascular disease, or peripheral vascular disease. In the initial criteria for enrollment, heart failure was really not an issue. I mean, it was not thought of. Of course, arrhythmias, atrial fibrillation, valvular disease also constitute cardiovascular disease. Why is heart failure important? Well, that's because CVD is far more than MACE. Heart failure is an important component of cardiovascular disease. And this is an editorial written in 2003, 17 years ago, by my good friend David Bell. And he said heart failure is the frequent, forgotten, and often fatal complication of diabetes. It's highly prevalent. In some populations, more than 1 in 5 patients aged above 65 with diabetes have heart failure. And of course, if people have diabetes and heart failure, very poor prognosis. In some, the median survival is 4 years, less even than that of some cancers now. And if you look in the EMPEREG outcome study, again, this was totally unexpected. What they found was the time to first hospitalization for heart failure or CV death, hazard ratio 0.66, relative risk reduction of 34%. But what's more impressive is that the curves begin to separate almost from day 1 over there. Now, this suggests that the SGLT2 inhibitor benefits for the heart on heart failure is probably due to beneficial effects on myocardial function. That leads to less heart failure, less hospitalization for heart failure, less arrhythmias, and of course less sudden or CV death, which was what drove the outcome for the MACE in the EMPEREG trial. So the CV benefit of SGLT2 inhibitors is mainly on the pump, improving myocardial function. Its main effect is not on the pipes, and it really does not affect atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease for MACE, except in people who already have atherosclerotic disease. And this was shown in a nice meta-analysis of all the studies by Zelnicke in 2019. And they said, in the studies to date, this is about 30,000 patients, all those studies, GLP-1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors reduce atherosclerotic MACE to a similar degree in patients with established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Of course, this was not seen in the Virtus study, and I will not go into this. In addition, SGLT2 inhibitors have a marked effect on preventing hospitalization for heart failure and progression of kidney disease. Of course, dulaglutide in the REWIND study showed some evidence of this, but that was a secondary outcome and not a primary outcome. What are the potential mechanisms? That's the question. Well, this is in 2016 from the group in Toronto, and they said many mechanisms. If you block SGLT2, you get the metabolic effects, glycosuria, negative calorie balance, reduction in A1C, uricosuric, and all that gives you cardiac and renal protection. You get the hemodynamic benefits, natriuresis, reductions in blood pressure, plasma volume, an increase in the tubular glomerular feedback, and all this gives you cardiac and renal protection. But weight loss in these studies, 2 to 3 kilos, A1C reduction 0.3 to 0.5, blood pressure 0.3 systolic, 3 millimeters systolic, plasma volumes about 7% in the first month, and of course most of the patients in these studies were on ACE and ARB, which also affects the tubular glomerular feedback. So this is on top of all that, and all these really cannot explain such profound heart failure benefits. It's possible that the sum of the effects could have benefits, but it cannot explain the heart failure benefits which occur very early over there. This can be explained by improvements in myocardial and renal tissue hypoxia. Why does the diabetic heart and the kidney become hypoxic? Well, let's look at how much oxygen they consume. Now, the resting heart consumes about 8 ml of oxygen per minute per 100 gram of tissue. The kidney, about 5 ml per minute per 100 grams of tissue, and the brain, 3 ml per minute per 100 gram of tissue. The resting heart, of course, can go up to about 50, 60 ml when we are running and exerting ourselves. So why does the heart use so much oxygen? Well, it needs to produce ATP to beat, and 95% is oxidative phosphorylation. That was what in the Krebs cycle gives you the most ATP production, 34 ATP for glucose. And the heart is an omnivore. It can use any fuel which is available, usually fatty acids in the fasting state, glucose in the postprandial state, lactate, pyruvate, ketones, because the heart cannot afford to stop beating even for 10 seconds. because the heart has stored energy in the form of phosphocreatine only for about 5 or 6 beats. It has to make it and use it. And so if we look at the energy efficiency of the fuel substrates as the ATP yield per atom of oxygen consumed. So it's called the PO ratio. Per atom of oxygen consumed, how many moles of ATP do you get? Glucose, by far and away the most efficient fuel, 2.58 moles of ATP per atom of oxygen. Fatty acid palmitate is 2.33, and beta hydroxybutyrate ketones, which are increased by SGLT2 inhibitors, low grade, 2.50. Now you might say this is only a 10% difference. How does it make a difference? This is closer. This is only about a 3% less than that. Well, beat to beat, minute to minute, it makes a difference. Why? Because the human heart weighs about 300 grams, beats more than 1 lakh times per day, and makes 6 kilograms of ATP. So it makes a difference. Even a small improvement in efficiency, beat to beat, minute to minute, makes a big change. So what happens in the diabetic heart? There's metabolic inflexibility. Glucose oxidation is reduced because of insulin resistance, the Randall's phenomenon. There's increased fat oxidation. Why? Fat is available. So this should be good, right? So what if glucose is not there? Fat is good, it's energy dense. But the problem is fat oxidation is energy inefficient. You get a less PO ratio, as I told you, less moles of ATP per atom of oxygen, kind of like less kilometers per liter of fuel that you put in. So there's more hypoxia. And also, if fat is the fuel in the Krebs cycle, you get more reactive oxidative species. Paradoxically, there is starvation amidst plenty. Lots of glucose, you can't use it because of insulin resistance. Lots of fat, the heart is using it, but it's not efficient and causes more oxidative stress. This leads, of course, to cardiac remodeling, contractile dysfunction, and less work efficiency, more progression to heart failure. And Stephen Neubauer, in this review article in 2007, he said, the failing heart is an engine running out of fuel. In this scenario, could keto acids be good medicine? This is from George Cahill, who's done wonderful work on ketones and starvation in man. And he said, ketones are actually a super fuel because they produce ATP more efficiently than glucose or fatty acid, as I just showed you. So in our original hypothesis, this is what we said. Type 2 diabetes, there's more fat and less glucose oxidation, which leads to a less efficient fuel, less PO ratio, more reactive oxidative species, less efficiency, less effective contractility, more incidence and progression of heart failure, and the heart struggles to breathe. You add an SGLT2 inhibitor, and now ketones are increased about twice baseline. Normal fasting overnight ketone levels about 0.2, 0.3 millimoles per liter. It goes to about 0.6, 0.8 millimoles per liter. Now, if you're talking of diabetic ketoacidosis, you're talking about 5, 6 millimoles per liter. And if fuel is available, there is more oxidation of beta hydroxybutyrate because it's concentration dependent, and this has been shown in the human heart as well. So that, and when fat is a fuel in the heart, again it has been shown, it suppresses fat oxidation, which is not so good. Glucose oxidation, we really don't know what happens. It may or may not be suppressed. But we definitely get a better PO ratio, less reactive oxidative species, more efficiency, better contractility, less incidence and progression of heart failure, and the heart beats. So we published our hypothesis and presented at the AD in 2016, and we called it, can a shift in fuel energetics explain the beneficial cardiorenal outcomes in the EMPEREG outcome? And we called it the unifying hypothesis for both the heart and the kidney. Eliferi also presented and published in the same journal, but he said it was the heart. We said it's the heart and the kidney. But I'm focusing only on the heart in this presentation. Bottom line, chronic low-grade hyperketonemia with SGLT2 inhibitors improves myocardial and renal fuel energetic efficiency. When we wrote it, within 1 week, we got this rebuttal published in Cell Metabolism, which is a very prestigious journal. And Gary Lopeshchuk and Subodh Verma from Canada, they said, empagliflozin's fuel hypothesis, they said, Ferranini and Mudali have put it, it's too soon for prime time. That's what they said, it's too soon for prime time. Then, since the fuel hypothesis, I began to read more, and I said, we focused mainly on ketones being a more fuel efficient fuel. But on reading further, I find the ketone body beta-hydroxybutyrate is more than just a fuel source. It's actually a signaling molecule. It signals through a lot of receptors. And this is a very nice review in Cell Metabolism by Puchalska and Peter Crawford. Beta-hydroxybutyrate signals to the NLRP3, not-like protein inflammasome, and it blocks inflammation in the heart and the kidney, different places. It acts through the HCAR2 or the GPR109 receptor and blocks lipolysis. It acts through the free fatty acid receptor, FFAR3. It lowers metabolic rate. It acts, this is really fascinating, HDACs, histone deacetylation, and beta-hydroxybutyrate is a block of HDAC, and through FOXO3 it has effects to reduce stress, oxidative stress, inflammatory stress, and reduce LVH. That's been shown even in human studies, the HDAC inhibitor effect. And of course, through some effect, chronic low-grade hyperketonemia in all mammalian species, right even from C. elegans to human primates, it increases longevity, even seen in non-human primates, but not in humans, because we really can't do this. That's why we have all these fasting diets, 1 day a week, 1 week a month, and all that. Point I'm trying to make is ketone bodies not only serve as a fuel source, they also suppress oxidative stress. They serve as anti-inflammatory molecules. Let's come to 2020 update on myocardial fuel energetics, and this is from the same group, Gary Lopeshchuk and Subodh Verma, and they just published the state-of-the-art review just 1 week ago. I picked it up in Journal of the American College of Cardiology 2020. What do they say? Well, they've got a beautiful figure, and I know it's a little busy figure, but they say SGLT2 inhibitors have effects on the heart, on the kidney, on the vasculature, on the whole body, and the effects on the heart, of course, lead to less heart failure. Effects on the kidney help, effects on the vasculature help, effects on the whole body help. I know you can't see this, but let me focus in on it. I'm submitting, in our hypothesis, there's an increase in beta-hydroxybutyrate. And what that does is, it improves energy metabolism. It improves, it decreases NLP3 inflammasome. There's data in humans to show that. That leads to improved cardiac remodeling, decreased ischemia, reperfusion injury, improved autophagy in the mitochondria. It's been shown in human studies as well. I don't have time to show you that. Lysosomal degradation, decreased oxidative stress. In the kidney, of course, it increases energy metabolism, improves it. In the vasculature, it decreases inflammation, partly through NLP3, decreases blood pressure, of course, beta-hydroxybutyrate can do that. In the whole body, of course, there's decreased weight loss. And of course, beta-hydroxybutyrate in human studies, this has been published in humans, it can inhibit the sympathetic nervous system, which is beneficial for things. And this is fascinating. Beta-hydroxybutyrate in humans has been shown to increase erythropoietin. SGLT2 inhibitors also increase erythropoietin, which of course can improve the hypoxic state. But you might say, what is the evidence in human studies? Well, this was the first paper which was published a year ago. This looked at the cardiovascular effects of treatment with the ketone body beta-hydroxybutyrate in chronic heart failure patients, published in Circulation. 16 non-diabetic HFrEF patients randomized in a crossover design. So the same person gets first a placebo saline infusion or beta-hydroxybutyrate for 3 hours. I have to make 2 points here. These are non-diabetic. They were HFrEF patients with LVF of 37, and they got an infusion of beta-hydroxybutyrate for 3 hours. But look what happened. If you give beta-hydroxybutyrate, you increase serum beta-hydroxybutyrate levels 0.4 to 3.3. Now that's on the high side. 0.4 is the normal fasting level. but this significantly increased cardiac output by 2 liters per minute, and increased left ventricular ejection fraction by 8% and systemic vascular resistance by 30%. But look at this. They did a dose response study. There was a significant increase in cardiac output of 0.3 liters per minute, not as much as 2, present even at plasma levels of 0.7 millimoles per minute. That's what you can get with SGLT2 inhibitors. Fasting levels in this study was 0.4. With SGLT2, it approximately doubles. That's been shown in many studies by Ferranini and all. And you got a significant improvement of 0.3. And beta-hydroxybutyrate increased myocardial oxygen consumption without altering myocardial energy efficiency. So that's important. This was the first study in humans to demonstrate beneficial effects of ketones on myocardial function in HFrEF. And the authors said, you know, beta-hydroxybutyrate is potentially a novel principle in HFrEF. And of course, we got the DAPA heart failure study. And our next speaker, Professor Akshay Desai from Harvard was one of the investigators and one of the authors also on this paper. And what did it say? Well, in patients with HFrEF, with an LVEF of about 31%, dapagliflozin treatment reduced worsening of heart failure by 30%, CV death by 18%, all-cause mortality by 17%. This is quite profound that this does it, and more importantly, independent of the presence of diabetes. But you might say, oh, what about the ketones in patients without diabetes? They also get an increase in ketones. I showed you in this study, and it has been shown in other studies. Now, when you give SGLT2 inhibitors to people without diabetes, they get about 20 grams of glucose in the urine. They don't get 80 to 100 grams like people with diabetes have, but that enough, 15-20 grams is enough to set off ketogenesis over there. And again, in the DAPA HFrEF study, 30% relative risk reduction starting right at the beginning, almost from day one. Blood pressure reduction cannot do this. Diuretic reduction cannot do this. Systemic vascular resistance improvements cannot do it. To me, except for improvements in myocardial function, hypoxia from first beat that the heart is there, it can help. It's almost like if the heart is climbing on a steep slope and then you reduce the slope, it starts beating much better. But that's all about HFrEF. What about patients with HFpEF? Well, we were all waiting, I was waiting for the DAPA CARD study from Sweden, looking at the effects of dapagliflozin on cardiac substrate uptake, myocardial energy efficiency, and myocardial contractile work in type 2 diabetes. And they just published it. I picked up this abstract from the ACC Virtual Symposium. They studied 27 patients with type 2 diabetes, 26 controls with LVF more than 50%, DAPA of placebo for 6 weeks. What did they show? Dapagliflozin for 6 weeks resulted in significant changes in LV strain. The radial strain was improved and reduced LA volume, indicating reduced preload, reduction in LV external work, oxygen consumption, perfusion, suggesting reduced oxygen demand due to reduced preload. They also looked at the liver. There was increased fatty acid uptake, but in the myocardium, this did not change. There were limited effects on this study on efficiency and function, and they said we should probably look at people earlier in the heart failure. Unfortunately, they did not measure ketone body levels or metabolism in this study. So, the evidence so far, I think, is the beneficial effects of SGLT2 on myocardial metabolism and function is seen only in those with HFrEF, and this is translated into clinical benefits in the large CVOTs. In those with HFpEF, some effects on LV mass, I showed you the DAPA CARD study in LSIs, but effects on metabolism and function not definitive. However, there was a small number of subjects in these mechanistic studies, and we're all waiting for the Emperor Preserve study and the Deliver study with EMPA and DAPA, 12,000 patients with and without type 2 diabetes and preserved ejection. So let me end with this poem by John Godfrey Sachs in the 1800s, the famous 6 Blind Men and the Elephant. And he said it was 6 men of Hindustan, that's what he wrote, unfortunately he misspelt it, to learning much inclined, who went to see the elephant, though all of them were blind, that each by observation might satisfy his mind. And so these men of Hindustan disputed loud and long, each in his own opinion, exceedingly stiff and strong, though each was partly in the right, and all of them were wrong. And I would submit to you that our unifying hypothesis for myocardial efficiency on the heart is still alive and well and beating. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mudalia. It was a real excellent elucidation regarding the SGLT2 inhibitors and myocardial fuel energetics. We do understand about all these things very well from your lecture. Can I have one question?
We can do questions now or at the end. We can decide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I have one question now with Professor
Yes,
Mudalia?
why don't we put up the slide for Dr. Akshay Desai while Dr. Gupta is asking a question. We can get his introductory slide ready. Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Gupta.
Okay, so this is regarding, you have initially told that there is a difference between GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT2 inhibitors as far as MACE and effect on MACE and effect on CHF is concerned. You told GLP-1 receptor agonists do not have any action on CHF, but good action on MACE reduction. While another slides, you have told that SGLT2 inhibitors works only on pump, not on pipe. So from this particular things, is there any difference in the long-term effects of SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists as far as micro and macrovascular complications reduction? Because lead study have shown the good effect on MACE as well as the reduction in microvascular complications long-term.
Yeah. Sorry, it's 5:30 in the morning for me, so you should.
Okay. I know you are sleepy.
But what I said was the SGLT2 inhibitor effects was mainly on the pump. This is not to say that it does not have effects on the vasculature, which take a little longer and which occur only in patients with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. The effects of GLP-1 so far, at least the large published studies on myocardial function, have not shown any reductions in heart failure per se so far. In fact, in the original studies, small studies with liraglutide, the LIGHT and the FIGHT study, liraglutide in a very small study actually worsened outcomes in these patients. It was the very original studies giving IV, intravenous infusions of exenatide, which showed improvements in myocardial function. So they're different in my opinion. The predominant effect of, as we've seen in all the studies so far of GLP-1, is on mostly stroke, which we have seen some effects on MI perhaps over there, whereas the SGLT2 is mostly on the pump and reduced progression to end-stage kidney disease. It's a complicated topic. It can be a debate in and of itself.
Can I ambush Sundar, or do you want me to wait till Dr. Desai's presentation is over? This is Krishna.
Can we, Dr. Krishna, wait and let Dr. Akshay finish? We are already running very late. So if you don't mind, if Dr. Mudalia is going to be there till the end of the session, that would be lovely.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there, and I was only 5 seconds over time.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So is Dr. Thanvi is here? Or I shall introduce Dr. Akshay Desai.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So welcome, Professor Akshay Desai. He's the Medical Director, Cardiomyopathy and Heart Failure Program, Advanced Heart Disease Section. He's Associate Professor of Medicine, Harvard Medical School, Cardiovascular Medicine. I think one of the prestigious institute in the world. He's the Cardiovascular Medicine Specialist and the Director of Cardiomyopathy and Heart Failure Program at Brigham and Women's Hospital. In addition, he's an Associate Professor of Medicine at Harvard Medical School. His clinical interests include advanced heart failure, cardiomyopathies, congenital heart disease, and cardiac transplantation. Dr. Desai's research focuses on improving care and outcomes of heart failure patients, as well as strategies to reduce the heart failure readmissions. He's the member of American College of Cardiology, American Heart Association, Heart Failure Society of America, and published a lot of papers. We have just seen one paper by Dr. Professor Mudaliar on SGLT2 inhibitors. Absolutely stunning papers we have seen. I'll not come again in between you and Professor Desai. He'll be giving us the update about the SGLT2 inhibitors. So Professor Desai, please, the screen is yours.
All right, so I'll share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. Gupta, and to Dr. Mehta, Dr. Dani, and then Dr. Mudalia for including me in this metabolic conclave. I'm going to take a slightly different approach, which is to focus really on the clinical evidence regarding the use of SGLT2 inhibitors in patients with heart failure, particularly focusing on those with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction, where we have the largest evidence base. And because the largest trial that we have in that space is the recently mentioned DAPA-HF trial, I'm going to focus really on learning that we've had since the publication of DAPA-HF and some of the secondary analyses that have been done, which I think will help to inform the discussion that Dr. Mudaliar has initiated regarding mechanisms of benefit. I should open by pointing out that I do have a few disclosures. I've been a consultant to and a speaker for various manufacturers of SGLT2 inhibitors, including AstraZeneca and Boehringer Ingelheim. The two objectives of this talk are really to review the study design and principal results of DAPA-HF, focusing on the cardiovascular outcomes you've already heard about, but also on some of the secondary endpoints that I think might be relevant for our discussion. And then to talk a bit about new data from secondary analyses that have recently been presented or published that provide additional insights into the benefits of SGLT2 inhibition in patients with established heart failure with and without diabetes, particularly in the setting of reduced ejection fraction. And we'll close a little bit with a look forward into the realm of HFpEF. So I think you've heard clearly in patients with diabetes that the effect of SGLT2 inhibitors on heart failure outcomes is quite profound. And in this meta-analysis by Thomas Zelniker, which you've seen referenced previously, aggregating data across the EMPA-REG outcome trial of empagliflozin, the CANVAS program of canagliflozin, and the DECLARE program of dapagliflozin in patients with type 2 diabetes and high cardiovascular risk, you can see that the effects of SGLT2 inhibition summarized in the blue diamonds are entirely consistent in patients with established heart failure and those without a history of heart failure. And it's really this synthesized data across the diabetes trials that led to the premise that SGLT2 inhibitors might have benefits in patients with established heart failure, much as they do in prevention of incident heart failure in patients with diabetes. The other key observation across all of these trials is that the effect of SGLT2 inhibitors on cardiovascular outcomes and heart failure in particular is insensitive to the reduction in hemoglobin A1C. That is, it is not moderated through the effect on glycemic control, but rather through some of these other mechanisms that Dr. Mudaliar has elucidated so elegantly in his talk. And because of the fact that the effects are insensitive to glucose reduction, the risk of hypoglycemia is low with these agents in patients with and without diabetes. And because the effect is insensitive to the prior history of heart failure, that it's really followed that perhaps the drugs might be effective in patients with established heart failure with and without diabetes. And indeed, that's where the DAPA-HF hypothesis began. You know that based on these aggregated data across the trials, the guidelines for management of diabetes, particularly in Europe and also now in the United States, have embraced the use of SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 analogs based on the amalgamated clinical trial evidence as early line therapy for patients with diabetes, either behind metformin or even in front of metformin in patients with high cardiovascular risk. And I encourage you to take a look at the most recent guidelines, which really now mandate early utilization or consideration of SGLT2 inhibitors or GLP-1 receptor agonists in patients without contraindications. And for those where heart failure is a principal concern, the preference is given to SGLT2 inhibitors. So what about established heart failure? Well, we have a lot of reasons to think that SGLT2 inhibitors might be beneficial in patients with heart failure. And this is a single summary slide from a review I would recommend to you from Thomas Zellniker and Dr. Braunwald, published earlier this year in JACC, that really reviews a number of different mechanisms which might be relevant. Now, I won't delve into these since the discussion of myocardial effects and myocardial energetic effects of SGLT2 inhibitors has been thoroughly explored by Dr. Mudaliar. But there are also effects of these drugs on blood pressure, on visceral adiposity, on weight loss, on glycemic control, on conduit function, myocardial vascular stiffness, and then effects on are diuretic effects that may affect hematocrit and hemoglobin, perhaps direct effects on erythropoietin levels, direct effects on plasma volume, all of which may conspire to contribute to some of the observed cardiovascular and renal benefits of these drugs in clinical practice. And while which effect predominates is a little unclear, I think it's fairly clear that these are not simply effects on glucose control, which was the original hypothesis when the drugs were designed. So the DAPE-HF study really tested the hypothesis that use of SGLT2 inhibitors in patients with symptomatic heart failure and low ejection fraction would prevent progression of heart failure and mortality in patients with established disease. The trial enrolled patients with symptomatic heart failure and low ejection fraction, defined at a cut point of 40%. Patients had to have elevated natriuretic peptides to be enrolled, with higher thresholds utilized if they were in atrial fibrillation at the time of randomization. The exclusion criteria included an eGFR less than 30 in this trial, although that threshold is being pushed down in subsequent trials of SGLT2 inhibitors. Patients with hypotension or type 1 diabetes were also excluded. Now, the primary pre-specified study endpoint was a cardiovascular composite of cardiovascular death or worsening heart failure events, which was actually a secondary composite of unplanned heart failure hospitalizations and urgent ambulatory visits treated with IV therapy. And we'll come back to this point in a moment. The study design was a prospective, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled design. Patients were randomly allocated after obtaining consent to dapagliflozin 10 milligrams once daily or placebo, and followed until accumulation of 844 primary composite endpoints, which took a median follow-up of 18 months. The baseline characteristics you've seen previously, but just to review them, the patients were in general typical for a heart failure trial. There was a population with median age about 67 years. 3/4 of the patients were men. The vast majority were New York Heart Association class 2 and 3 with about a 2/3, 1/3 split. Patients had elevated NT-proBNP by design and in general had well-preserved renal function. But I think the key message on this slide is the proportion of patients with a prior diagnosis of diabetes. And you can look at the last row of the slide, which highlights that about 45% of the patients had diabetes at baseline, leaving about 55% of the population without diagnosed diabetes randomized in the DAPE-HF trial. Whenever we think about incremental therapy for heart failure and reduced ejection fraction, we have to think about the quality of background medical therapy, since we're well aware that the accumulated effects of background guideline-directed medical therapy are potent in patients with heart failure. And so when we want to test incremental effects, we need to know how well the patients were treated. And you can see that compared to any previously conducted trial of heart failure with reduced EF, this was a well-treated population. Most patients on diuretics, the vast majority of patients on a renin-angiotensin system antagonist, including 11% treated with sacubitril/valsartan, 96% on a beta blocker, and 70% on a mineralocorticoid receptor antagonist, 1/4 of the patients treated with a defibrillator for primary or secondary prevention. This is the primary study outcome shown as a Kaplan-Meier curve, highlighting the 26% reduction in the composite of cardiovascular death or urgent heart failure visit or heart failure hospitalization, highly statistically significant with a number needed to treat of 21 patients to prevent one clinical event. This effect is seen consistently in both key components of the cardiovascular outcomes, including the time to worsening heart failure events and the time to cardiovascular events, both of cardiovascular death, both of which were statistically reduced in patients allocated to dapagliflozin. And this is an important point, since the effects of some of the other drugs we've seen introduced in recent practice have been driven principally by their effects on worsening heart failure rather than by effects on mortality, which was clearly an important signal here. And when we look at overall death, which is probably the least manipulatable of the endpoints that we have, you can see that overall mortality was reduced by 17% compared to with dapagliflozin compared to placebo, a clearly unambiguous benefit of this class in patients with established heart failure. Now, I think that what we've seen since the publication of the trial is a lot of work trying to more clearly define the nature of the benefit of SGLT2 inhibitors in key subgroups and also with regard to other key endpoints. This is data presented at the American College of Cardiology meetings earlier this year. This should be actually ACC 2020, looking at recurrent events over time, which is probably a better index of the cumulative burden of disease in patients with established heart failure. And you can see that overall, a third of the patients in DAPA-HF had more than one hospitalization. And the effect of dapagliflozin was consistent compared with placebo in patients who had a single hospitalization during the trial and those who had multiple hospitalizations during the course of the trial. So dapagliflozin reduced not only the first hospitalization, but also recurrent hospitalizations over the course of the trial. And if you look at the effect in a repeated measures model on cumulative events, the total burden of disease, you can see that the effect is consistent as seen in the primary endpoint at 25% reduction that's highly statistically significant. Now, why does this matter? Well, I think if you look at the absolute risk reductions in a time to first event analysis, you see that summary events on the top of the slide, a number needed to treat of 26 to prevent a composite endpoint or 35 to prevent a first heart failure hospitalization. But if you look at the recurrent events analysis, you can see that the absolute risk reductions with dapagliflozin are even greater or accentuated with a lower number needed to treat. And this highlights that perhaps the effects of the SGLT2 inhibitors are even more profound than we might have suspected based on the primary pre-specified analysis of DAPA-HF. I think the other question that accrues when looking at the DAPA-HF data is how quickly the benefit was seen with SGLT2 inhibition in the trial. This is the end of the study, and we'll now look backward to see at what point over the course of study follow-up was a treatment benefit seen. This slide reflects the hazard ratio of dapagliflozin versus placebo, and you can see that at the end of the study, it was a 26% reduction favoring dapagliflozin. And if we look backward over the course of the trial, you can see that the effect of dapagliflozin was apparent as early as 100 days after randomization, with a treatment effect by day 28 that was statistically significant, favoring dapagliflozin. And by 100 days, the treatment hazard ratio approximated that seen at the end of 18 months of average follow-up. So this suggests that the effect of SGLT2 inhibitors is not only profound, but happens quite early and really argues, at least early on, for a hemodynamic effect of the drug that may later be potentiated by some of the metabolic effects that have been mentioned by Dr. Mudaliar. We care about not only clinical outcomes in our patients, but also quality of life. And one way to measure quality of life is using standardized questionnaires. And in this trial, the key measurement of quality of life was the Kansas City Cardiomyopathy Questionnaire total symptom score. Higher scores are better, which means that a higher increase reflects more improvement in quality of life. And you can see that the effects on quality of life by this measure favored dapagliflozin by 2.8 points during the course of study follow-up. Now, this may not seem like a large change. We know that in general, for the KCCQ, a 5-point change is clinically relevant. So if we look at the proportion of patients experiencing clinically important changes, as was done by Dr. Kosiborod in this subsequent analysis published earlier this year, you can see that the proportion of patients having a 5, 10, or even 15-point improvement with dapagliflozin were far greater than those in the placebo arm. And the proportion experiencing a clinical deterioration in quality of life by 5 points, a clinically significant worsening, was fewer in those allocated to dapagliflozin. So overall, no matter how we looked at this, even the clinically important improvements in quality of life were much greater in patients allocated to dapagliflozin in this study. We've already heard that the effects of SGLT2 inhibitors exceed those of on the cardiovascular system. And one of the key areas of interest has been the effects of SGLT2 inhibition on CKD progression and renal function. And this is data now from the EMPA-REG outcome trial, looking at the effect of SGLT2 inhibition with empagliflozin on incident or worsening nephropathy, the pre-specified composite endpoint in EMPA-REG outcome. You can see a 39% reduction with empagliflozin that was paralleled by a reduction in the slope of eGFR decline that was seen in both the 10 and 25 milligram doses of empagliflozin. So this suggests that SGLT2 inhibition over time is associated with an attenuation of the anticipated decline in renal function in patients with type 2 diabetes. Now, this effect was specifically explored in the Credence trial of canagliflozin, which enrolled patients with diabetic nephropathy, looking at a primary composite endpoint of end-stage kidney disease, doubling of serum creatinine, or renal death. You can see, again, that same 30% reduction in composite renal outcomes and the same benefit in the attenuation of slope of renal function decline over time compared with placebo. So we can ask this same question in DAPA-HF, and I can tell you that, that we do see the same effects. If we look at the worsening renal function endpoint, we can see that there was which was in DAPA-HF, which was the composite of a sustained reduction in eGFR, end-stage renal disease, or renal death. Again, the same roughly 30% reduction, although not statistically significant here due to the relatively low number of events. There is a dedicated trial of dapagliflozin in patients with chronic kidney disease, the DAPA-CKD trial, that was terminated early for overwhelming clinical benefit earlier this year, and we expect to see the detailed data published soon. So what about the effect of dapagliflozin in key subgroups of patients? And you can see that overall, when we look at subgroups, what we want to see is consistency, and that you can see here that the point estimates in all the subgroups all fit to the left side of the line, favoring dapagliflozin, and the effects are relatively consistent in nearly every subgroup examined. But there are a few key subgroups where we had a lot of a priori questions about the effect of dapagliflozin that are important to examine, and I'll show you some of those now. The first and the most important is really the effect of dapagliflozin in patients without diabetes. This data was published earlier this year in the Journal of the American Medical Association, highlighting the entirely consistent effect of dapagliflozin according to background diabetes status, a precisely similar hazard ratio for reduction in those without diabetes. Now, this is profound because you have to remember that this was a drug developed specifically to reduce blood sugar in patients with diabetes that now shows an effect on heart failure outcomes in patients with heart failure and no history of diabetes. Now, the overall event rates shown in orange are clearly lower in patients without diabetes than in those with diabetes, but the difference between the two curves, the dashed curve and the solid curve, are consistent across the subgroups, indicating a consistent treatment effect, or an effect that is insensitive to the background history of diabetes. Another area of interest has really been the effect of dapagliflozin as an incremental therapy in heart failure. That is, does it actually substitute the effect of established heart failure therapies, or is there truly an incremental and additive effect? And to understand that, we need to remember that the population as a whole was well treated, but we know that the intensity of guideline-directed medical therapy has a lot to do with the treatment benefit. So let's look at the effect of dapagliflozin according to the intensity of background medical treatment. The first question is whether patients received an angiotensin receptor neprilysin inhibitor, in this case sacubitril valsartan, or not. We know that 11% of the patients in DAPA-HF received an ARNI, and the effects of dapagliflozin are entirely consistent in patients with and without an ARNI at baseline, suggesting an incremental or additive effect, not a duplicative effect. If we look at the background medical therapy more closely in DAPA-HF, and this data was published in the European Heart Journal by Dr. Doherty earlier this year, you can see that the usage of background medical therapy was robust in DAPA-HF, not only by class, but also by dose. And we can look, therefore, at the effect of dapagliflozin according to treatment intensity, not just treatment category in these patients treated at baseline. And this was done. And you can see that this is, again, looking at the combinations of therapy, patients on adequate doses of all classes of medications. And we can look at all these subgroups and the effect of dapagliflozin. So when you look at the effect of dapagliflozin according to background medical therapy, the message is the same: entirely consistent benefits, about a 25% overall treatment effect, whether independent of the background therapy the patients were receiving. And the same is true when we look at the effect by background dosage of guideline-directed medical therapy or usage of defibrillators or biventricular pacing. This is now looking in a more detailed analysis at the effect of cumulative medication regimens, so the effect in patients treated with the very best medical therapy, including all classes at adequate dose. The last category reflects the incremental effects in patients treated with the combination of an ARNI, a beta blocker, and an MRA, and again, consistent benefits. And the reason this is important is because as we think about our utilization of SGLT2 inhibitors in practice, it really suggests that we are evolving to a moment where SGLT2 inhibitors are probably additional foundational therapy in patients with HFrEF to complement the emerging role of ARNIs and the established role of beta blockers and MRAs in this population. I'm going to talk about two other general points, and this is really that speak to mechanism, which we can perhaps develop in the discussion. The effects, as I told you, are very early of dapagliflozin and DAPA-HF, seen by day 28. And this suggests a hemodynamic benefit that is complemented by reductions that are fairly abrupt in N-terminal pro-BNP. The effect of the drug does not appear to be modulated by background levels of BNP or therefore heart failure severity. And if we look at background blood pressure, even though we do know these drugs do lower blood pressure to some extent, about a 2 to 3 millimeter reduction in systolic blood pressure over the course of the trial compared with placebo, the effects are entirely consistent of dapagliflozin compared with placebo across categories or even continuous measurement of that baseline blood pressure. So the effect is insensitive to blood pressure at baseline. And finally, if we look at the effect according to prior hospitalization, you can see that patients who've had a prior hospitalization are at higher risk for adverse effect. But the effect of dapagliflozin is entirely consistent in patients who have been previously hospitalized, recently hospitalized, or remotely hospitalized for heart failure. And this effect in recent hospitalization has piqued some interest in utilization of the drug in patients with recently decompensated heart failure or those with acute heart failure that's now being explored in a randomized trial. So based on this accumulated evidence of the profound effects of dapagliflozin, the United States Food and Drug Administration, as of May 5th, has now approved dapagliflozin for treatment of patients with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death and heart failure hospitalization. This recommendation excludes the specific effect on diabetes and really recommends the drug for patients in heart failure with reduced EF across the board. Now, what we don't have is confirmation of this benefit across the class. And we'll have, we hope in the next year or two, the results of EMPEROR Reduced, which explore the effects of empagliflozin, another SGLT2 inhibitor in patients with heart failure and reduced EF with and without diabetes, as well as the effects of the same class in patients with HFpEF in the EMPEROR Preserved and Delivered trials of empagliflozin and dapagliflozin, respectively. Finally, we also hope to get some information about the effects of composite SGLT1 and 2 inhibition from SOLOIST, a trial of sotagliflozin. So a lot more data to come to validate the effects of DAPA-HF and also to emphasize the effect across the class. So I'll close there and hand back to the moderators so that we can open the panel discussion and bring back Dr. Mudaliar. So thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Desai. I think this is one of the very important aspects you have actually discussed in your presentation regarding DAPA-HF. Let me start having one small question, which is very, very pertinent about your presentation is that one of the paper presented, published in JAMA by Petri et al. And you also told in your presentation that the effect of SGLT2 inhibitors on diabetes and non-diabetes or in normal people. We know very well from the mechanism of SGLT2 inhibitors that sodium glucose transporters are very active in the type 2 diabetes, hence it is having the good action on diabetes population. But the similar action, almost similar action on non-diabetic population. So how to explain this particular aspect? The same effect of SGLT2 inhibitors in diabetes and non-diabetes.
Yeah, so I should, I'll give my thoughts here, and then I'm sure Dr. Mudaliar has some thoughts as well. I think that, as we mentioned, I think the effects on glucose reduction are probably more pronounced in patients with diabetes than they are in patients without diabetes. But these myriad other effects on myocardial energetics, on plasma volume, the direct renal effects of the drug on ketogenesis really are consistent across patients with and without diabetes. And so I think what we learned from the data in DAPA-HF and the consistency of the effect in patients with and without diabetes is that it is probably not merely a glucose effect that is responsible for the clinical benefits that are seen in patients with heart failure. And there must be an effect, therefore, on hemodynamics that could be mediated through reductions in plasma volume, hemoconcentration, an effect on renal function, or effect, as Dr. Mudaliar can speak to much more eloquently than I can, on myocardial energetics and ketogenesis. So maybe Dr. Mudaliar would have a comment there.
Professor Mudaliar?
Yeah, you raise a very important question. Why should you do it in patients without diabetes? But as I said, nobody really knows. That's why I put that elephant up there. Everybody's got an opinion. These drugs do so many things, the sodium hydrogen exchanger, there's the myocardial calcium sacrolemmal, all those transporters and all there. But again, I'm biased, totally biased towards my hypothesis. What these drugs do is that once you start getting glucosuria, it doesn't matter how much. I mean, clearly it is far more in patients with diabetes, about 100 grams a day, which translates into an A1C reduction, maybe 0.3, 0.5. But people without diabetes, and this has been shown, and that's what puzzled me a lot there, even with a fasting glucose of 90, these people are putting out 10 to 15 grams of glucose in the day, in the urine. Now, the way, I've just written a paper, it's under review now. The way the human metabolism works is that it works on a fasting feeding state. In the fasting state, fatty acid is the fuel. In the feeding state, glucose is the fuel. But this is predicated on the fact that in the fasting state, there is no loss of fuel. Glucose is an essential fuel. And this is classically seen in pregnancy, where the fetus is intensely glycolytic. Whether the mother is fasting or feeding, there's a loss of glucose. And women in pregnancy, even lactation, they go into accelerated ketogenesis state. It's not the ketogenesis, ketoacidosis. I will not go into that because the ketone body is not the problem. It's the H ion, which is buffered by bicarb, and if it comes too quickly. So ketogenesis is set in motion no matter if your blood glucose is over 80, although that has not been studied there. And beta-hydroxybutyrate, I showed you that just state-of-the-art review. It does everything everywhere, almost. I mean, it's too good to be true. So obviously, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Those are my thoughts. I mean, everybody has their own thoughts.
Dr. Krishna, you have a question.
Yeah, hi Sundar.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah.
A quick question to you, and two parts. I mean, actually, it's just one question. So we've all heard about the cyclic the AMPK and the HIF2 pathways that SGLT2 inhibitors work on. And the thing is that metformin also works on AMPK. And if you look at the subgroup analysis in the Canvas study and maybe even the EMPA, the people who did those who were on metformin actually did not have the benefits, or at least had reduced benefit. So do you think that we should stop metformin in patients for whom we are using an SGLT2 inhibitor for cardiovascular benefits?
Personally, no, I would not stop. That is the standard of care. Most people are there. And just for the record, the VA, we are doing a large study called the VA Impact Study to prove metformin's cardiovascular benefits, which have never been shown except in those 341 patients in the original UK PDS. But we cannot use it in diabetes because it is standard of care. So we have people pre-diabetes who've already had an event. We've got a 4,000. Greg Schwartz is leading the study. And we'll have to wait for another 3 years.
How do you explain the lack of benefit, or at least the reduced benefit in both the Canvas and the EMPA-REG trial when metformin?
Yes, I mean, these are post hoc, you know, they say once you have a self-fulfilling prophecy like I have, you can find anything to prophesize it. And you raise a very important question, which Milton Packer is pushing now, the starvation hypothesis, which we said in our original hypothesis, and it goes down to AMP kinase, PPAR gamma, PGC1 alpha on one hand, and then SIRT3 and the other pathways on the other side. So it's very complex. Fuel metabolism is basically what the human body runs on. And once a drug does something to it, you're going to have changes everywhere.
Just for the reference, Professor Mudaliar, a Canadian group have published just the day before regarding the same hypothesis, the intermittent fasting as a modality of treatment in type 2 diabetes. And they have got 16 hours fasting, 4 hours feeding, and the same keto hypothesis which we have projected. So this is just a reference, nothing to do with the SGLT2 inhibitors, but excellent deliberations by Professor Desai and Professor Mudaliar. I think you have given the best update regarding the SGLT2 inhibitors. So if any questions are now there, I think we can conclude the session.
Can I just ask a question? And I would like to, of course, thank Sundar for waking up so early in the morning in California, and also Dr. Desai for a wonderful talk. And as Dr. Mudaliar knows, how would you compare SGLT2 ketosis to nutritional ketosis? And we hear about all these nutritional ketone formulas, and would they compare a little bit when we are trying to work with our patients? In the DAPA-HF, we also saw this 30% reduction in the incidence of diabetes. So, which was much lower than what you've seen with metformin in the progression from pre-diabetes to diabetes. So the numbers are not that great, but they are still suggestive for primordial prevention at a rate of 31% reduction. So that was one question. And again, for Dr. Desai, the question was, going along with what Dr. Gupta asked, is it just, I got Dr. Mudaliar's point, but beyond that, have you looked at the CV, the myocardial modeling or something that you would want to comment on, which kind of changes the outcomes we are seeing? So one question for you, Dr. Mudaliar, and one for Dr. Desai.
I'm sure I can start with the second question. I think that, the direct myocardial effects, I think we've spoken about a little bit at the cellular level. I think at the sort of macro level, I think there is some evidence on regression of left ventricular hypertrophy from the EMPA heart study that was seen in patients without a lot of heart failure or LVH at baseline. We've also seen effects on NT-proBNP that suggest some effect on myocardial wall stress. And there are clearly effects on plasma volume and arterial stiffness that have been defined. So I think there are reasons at the physiologic level to think about improvements in ventricular vascular coupling, improvements in cardiac performance that may be related to the ketone effects or the sodium hydrogen exchanger effects that Dr. Mudaliar mentioned, and effects on perhaps on at least LVH. We don't have a lot of data about progressive remodeling with SGLT2 inhibitors, and so the actual effects over time on myocardial function, both systolic, diastolic, and on myocardial structure, left atrial remodeling, left ventricular hypertrophy, are really not well explored in patients with established heart failure. And so that's an area where I think we need a lot more benefit. And we're in this sort of peculiar moment where we have extraordinary clinical benefits and an emerging imperative to utilize these drugs in patients with diabetes and with heart failure with and without diabetes, but we don't have a clear understanding of mechanism, which I think has often retarded clinicians from utilizing the drugs in practice as the data would suggest we should. So I think that we'll now have to fill in some of those gaps, and I'll look to Professor Mudaliar and others to help us do that. But I think a lot of work to be done on understanding the direct myocardial effects, and I think equally so the renal effects of these drugs. And I think it probably is that composite cardiorenal benefit that drives the clinical outcomes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Rucha, to your point about the diabetes prevention effects. Now, we really don't know, but it could well be the glucosuric effect, which has got glucose lowering properties well known to do that. So I think Professor Kenkusi talked on the earlier session about, are we preventing, are we treating? The best way to find that out would have been to stop the drug maybe for 4 weeks, which we did in the diabetes prevention program. We stopped metformin for 2 weeks, and we found that 25% of the people converted. So was it a prevention versus a treatment effect? We will not know. I hope that answers your question about the prevention of diabetes. We don't know if it's a prevention or a treatment.
We had a good talk also we also had a good talk by Dr. Rodolfo Guardado, and so there was an interesting discussion about the mechanisms, and they are doing some clamp studies also in Mexico. I see Professor Kamal Sharma has also joined us. Dr. Sharma, do you have any questions before we close?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hi. So fantastic conference. Congratulations.
Head of Cardiology at UN
Dr. Dani. Yeah, I think one comment and one question. One comment, I think, fantastic talk by both the speakers, Dr. Desai and Dr. Sundar. One thing is the angiotensin 2/7 receptor modulation, which was again touched well on the talk as well. I think that's where probably a lot of its cardiological benefits are coming from. And I also assume that just our focus on the energetics and the mitochondrial and the metabolism and the intermittent fastings and the ketones apart, I think that is one area which one aspect which is under evaluated and underemphasized. Maybe, I mean, it's just again a hypothesis. Maybe the proof of it lies in the pudding lies in the eating. So whatever works is good. One question. I think there have been a lot of talks in the COVID era about not using this therapy in diabetics. People usually warn not to use it. But I'm also aware of a couple of trials, including one for DAPA, which is called DARE-19, where they actually look at the benefits in terms of decreased outcome and decreasing worsening of the outcomes with SGLT2 in COVID. So one quick answer from both of you as to where do you place this in acute COVID infection? Again, the metabolism part of it, looking into the whole aspect of it.
Dr. Desai? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think this is an important question, and as you said, there's one ongoing trial, DARE-19. I think a lot have. The truth is, we don't have a great answer. I personally worry a little bit about use of these drugs in patients with advanced COVID illness because of the profound inflammatory response, the potential for volume depleting events in that situation, and the marked hemodynamic instability that some of the patients in late phase COVID illness have. I think in general, the guidance around use of SGLT2 inhibitors has been to suspend the use of those agents in patients with acute severe septic illness, partly because of the concern for clinical harm in those settings. So my practice has been actually to withdraw those drugs for short periods of time during patients of acute severe illness of the type that COVID-19 patients experience, and then to resume after clinical stabilization. I think the trial will be interesting, and there are some theoretical reasons that you've outlined nicely that the drug may have some benefit. But for me, the effect is not likely to be as profound as other treatments we might have for COVID. And the issue of safety is one that I keep struggling with, but I guess will be made bare by the trial. But I'll leave it to others to speak to the specific mechanisms of SGLT2 inhibitor benefit. But for me, that's not a principal area of focus for this class.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. We have to, in acute illness, like people with COVID illnesses and all that, they may be profoundly hypoxic, and tissue hypoxia leads to lactic acidosis. Now, once you get an acid load, and these drugs will cause the ketone acid, because the ketone body always comes in the protonated form. There's an H ion with each molecule of, and that has to be buffered. In the usual case, that is why when you use it in people, it's a little bit of prolongation of the overnight fasting state. You can buffer it. That's why in any acute illness, once there is a propensity to that, you should stop the drug because you don't have enough bicarb and to regenerate it in the kidney to come. And one last point, if I may make to Dr. Mehta's thing about these intermittent fasting and all that, true, but these things are not sustainable on a long-term basis. What you want is chronic low-grade hyperketonemia, which is continued for long. And what better than taking a pill to do that?
Thank you. I think, can we conclude this session and hand over the session to the organizers? And thank you, Rucha and Dr. Dani.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta.
For inviting
Thanks,
us.
Krishna,
Thank
for
you
joining. Thank you, Dr. Mudaliar.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind.
Thanks all the speakers, Professor Mudaliar and Professor Desai. Excellent.
Thanks very much.
Session.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. Thank you, Dr. Mudaliar. And thank you, Dr. Arvind, for handling this session so well.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So we have chairpersons.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, so we have chairpersons for the next session, Dr. Kamal Sharma and Dr. Ramesh Goyal. Dr. Kamal is a senior cardiologist at Sal Hospital and is an associate professor at Pune Maternal Hospital, Department of Cardiology. Very brilliant career. And Dr. Ramesh Goyal, a senior endocrinologist at Apollo Hospital, Ahmedabad. Very well known, both of them in my city. So over to you, both of you. Please introduce the speaker and the session and go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Dani. Thank you, sir, for inviting me. Dr. Rucha, congratulations as well to you too for a fantastic feast. So today's this CVOT symposium is about two important trials and one important trial and one how the diabetes and cardiovascular disorder aspect is being evaluated and is going to change, and is US FDA actually taking a turn? So I have very interesting comments about that. But we'll have two fantastic speakers to touch upon them. So first of all, you have Dr. Krishna Sheshadri, who is American board certified endocrinologist, both for diabetes, metabolism, and internal medicine. He is from Chennai Diabetes Cardiac Endocrine Clinic, has got a vast experience visiting professor endocrinology at medical education Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, recipient of P.N. Shah Oration from the Endocrine Society and Sam P. Moses Oration from RSSDI. Is funded translational research about gut bacteria inflammation, vitamin D in transport of glucose, metabolic abnormalities in PCOS, thyroid nodules, FOXO. He's president of Endocrine Society of Tamil Nadu, associate editor of JDDC, editor-in-chief of Thyroid Research and Practice, member of Reconciliation Board, Medical Council of India, UG expert group, and he has got good interest, and I really find him interesting, is Chola history and Ayurvedic philosophy. So I invite Dr. Krishna Sheshadri for his first talk. We have second speaker, Dr. Shashank, and we'll introduce him after this talk. Dr. Krishna Sheshadri, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dani and Rucha. And just give me a moment to share my screen. Am I audible is the first question.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, you are, Krishna. Go ahead. You're audible.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me to do this. So the reason I think rewinds again back in the focus is probably because of the DCGI approval for dulaglutide in this particular genre as a preventive drug in terms of cardiovascular events. And for those of you who are always wondering what rewind is, it is researching CV events with a weekly incretin in diabetes. My conflicts of interest, remember that this is probably promotional in many ways because I've been contracted for this particular event and I have taken speaking on that area. Let's look at the CVOT landscape very quickly. Remember that and when Shashank comes over and speaks about it, and later in the panel, we can re-examine whether it is worth going through all these CVOTs and whether it was something that helped us. Many people have views on it, and I have my own, and I'd be very happy to share it during the testing. But remember that this all started to see if these were safe. A drug was pretty much innocent out of existence, and we know that the FDA, as a reaction to it, and persisting safety questions about anti-diabetic drugs, did talk about the need to have a CV safety trial. So remember that these are primarily CV safety trials, and this was a power that was required to satisfy a 1.3 non-inferiority margin. The 90% power, you would notice that a relative risk of 1, you would need about 122 events for the 1.8 and about 611 events for 1.3. And that is why you would find that these are all event-driven non-inferiority trials till Rewind came, and we'll talk about it. So initially, you remember that you would take patients who had a high risk of CV events, double-blinded. There was to be glycemic equipoise and, of course, a pre-specified number of events that the data monitoring board would look at. You would have a placebo run-in, a new drug to test plus standard of care versus placebo of standard of care, a duration between 2 and 5 years, and, of course, a safety follow-up that was required. The time to event analysis was done with a Cox proportional hazards model, and this is how this looked over a period of time. This is the GLP-1 RA-CVOT landscape. You would note the first one off the block was Elixir. They had the toughest of patients in many ways, and they had about 6,068 patients and about 805 events at the 4-point maze. Then Leader, of course, shook up the scene, came in with the first really good data. Then Sustain, we know about Excel that was sort of non-inferior. Then Harmony, which actually showed some benefit, and then Rewind. Pioneer, of course, was not a regulation study, but did show improvement. We know that CVOTs have been around, and they have shown benefits in CV outcomes. For example, if you look at the SGLT2, and we had a great symposium on this, you would look at the CV death benefit was seen in only 2 studies. One is in EMPA-REG and, of course, in Leader. But the MACE superiority was there with the others. The SGLT2 inhibitors were specifically looking at heart failure and CV death, and there the benefit was there. You would notice that kind of benefit was seen, not seen in the GLP-1 RA-CVOT. So you can see that separation out as the GLP-1 RA is being predominantly ASCVD related. The great benefit of the SGLT2 inhibitors being driven by heart failure and CV death and heart failure. On the other hand, some signals for stroke were seen with the EMPA-REG outcome, while in Sustain 6, and of course, we'll talk about in Rewind, a significant benefit in terms of stroke, right? Let's look at Rewind because that's really my brief today. And this is a different kind of a CVOT. Remember that dulaglutide is a molecule in which the exendin base there's a linker that is added to make it longer and longer acting, right? And then the most important thing was this particular one. While all the other trials, you would find, for example, in Harmony, 100% of patients had prior CVOT. In Excel, a large number of patients did have it. You will find that in the Rewind study, only about 31% of patients had prior CV disease, while the majority of patients had multiple risk factors. The second important thing is that in the Rewind trial, as opposed to Harmony, Excel, Leader, and Sustain 6, where the A1C was consistently above 8, the baseline A1C was 7.3. So really, you had patients who had very well controlled, meaning that this was really looking at on top of exceptional glycemic control. Also, the duration of follow-up, the mean duration of follow-up was much longer, although I would think that for such number of primary prevention patients, probably require a longer duration of follow-up to see all the subgroups getting a benefit. There are about 9,900 patients, 24 countries, 6 continents, no India. A recruitment at 371 sites that occurred between August 2011 and 2013. Right? Let's look at the baseline population and clinical relevance. Remember that prior to Rewind, GLP-1 RA-CVOTs consisted mainly of patients with established CVD. So the design of Rewind helped to answer the questions of whether dulaglutide can help reduce the risk of CV events in individuals with type 2 diabetes without established CVD. What does having CVD in these patients do? It enriches the study. It helps you get to the number of events very quickly. So clearly, when you take a study with a lot of patients who do not have established CVD, you are one, risking a longer trial, and second, you're risking not meeting the primary endpoint. While a majority of people with type 2 diabetes do not have established CVD, most are at risk for a CV event. For example, individuals with type 2 diabetes established CVD represent only 32% of the patients with type 2 diabetes. And if you look at Rewind, about 31% of patients had established CVD. It's sort of representative of what a diabetologist or an endocrinologist sees. Let's look at the study design and objectives. The design was a global, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled, event-driven study. The primary objective was to determine whether the treatment with dulaglutide had a lower hazard of CV events compared to placebo in patients receiving standard of care. The eligibility criteria was greater than 50 years of age, CVD or risk factors, HbA1c less than 9.5, and on OADs plus or minus basal insulin. Those who were excluded were coronary or cerebrovascular events within 2 months of screening, or if they had plans for revascularization. Also, the EGFR less than 15, which means you had a good spread of the EGFR. The primary outcomes were a MACE-3, which is a composite of non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, or CV death. And remember, it was one of the first superiority trials, so the primary endpoint was not a non-inferiority, but a superiority. So the research question was, in men and women with established or newly detected type 2 diabetes, who have additional CV risk factors, does adding a weekly subcutaneous injection of dulaglutide reduce outcomes more than adding a weekly subcutaneous placebo injection? So you wanted to reject the null hypothesis here. This is looking at the baseline characteristics. The average age was 66. And interestingly, compared to most other trials, a greater amount of women were represented, predominantly white, a very low number of tobacco users, and about 30% of these patients had prior CVD, and about 8.5% patients had heart failure. All right. Interestingly, what was very, very interesting is about the study adherence. So the drug adherence was around 85% or 83%, and about 70% of patients had the drug at their last visit. About 56% had never stopped the drug, and 11% stopped due to an adverse event. Let's look at the differences in the population. It will help us understand the Rewind results in context. Remember, this is looking at all the trials as Rewind, Leader, Sustain, Excel, Elixir, Harmony, and Pioneer 6. The highest representation of women, lowest amount of prior CVD, lowest A1C across the group, and of course, the median follow-up being the highest. This is really what you have. Remember, these are apples and oranges. No trial is the same. The populations are different, but it's good to put them on a table to look at what the differences are. The background risk is also important to understand. You look at one of the best ways to look at the placebo rates in many of these trials. If you look at Elixir, which included very, very high-risk patients, you will see that this was a 6 per 100 patient years in Elixir, where a lot of primary care patients here in Rewind, less than 3 in the placebo group. These are the diabetes medications at baseline visit, a significant number of them on metformin. Interestingly, the metformin numbers are reducing at the last visit. Sulfonylurea is also reducing and remembering the same. The insulin percentage remaining the same. But look at this, interestingly, that in the placebo group, the insulin usage is actually going up. No SGLT2 inhibitors at the start of the study, but by the time that the end of the study, you have a significant percentage of patients, around 5 to 7% on SGLT2 inhibitors. These are the CVD medications at baseline. They're pretty much the same. Interestingly, statin use is around 66%, which is probably not good enough. But 5.4 years follow-up, an IQR of 5.1 to 5.9, 51,820 person-years of follow-up. Interestingly, and what you expect that any time a GLP-1 receptor analog is used, the A1C, it's almost impossible to maintain glycemic equipoise. Starting A1C is 7.5, and you will notice that the A1C drops and around 0.4 difference in the A1C from the start of the study to the end of the study. Weight reductions significantly seen in the Trulicity group. This is just looking at the A1C, around 0.3 difference between placebo and this thing. The LDLs are pretty much the same. Weight different, the body mass index different, everything else remaining almost the same. A greater reduction in systolic and systolic blood pressure, and an increase in heart rate, which is again consistent with most of the GLP-1 RA studies. Okay, so what happens? The most important thing is this dulaglutide reduced the relative risk of MACE by 12%, and there's a 12% relative risk reduction. The HR is 0.88, 0.79 to 0.99. And the effects were consistently shown in patients both with and without established CVD. So which means irrespective of whether you had a prior CVD, and we need to sort of look at this differently from the SGLT2 inhibitors, where the benefit was seen predominantly in patients with established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. You will see that dulaglutide actually had benefit in those who did not have it. This is looking at the events of the 3-point MACE, a superiority in terms of the three-component MACE, but all the others, you will find that this was non-inferiority. And remember that the study used a different kind of hierarchical analysis called the graphical analysis, where once the primary endpoint was met, which was a superiority, you will find that you will see that all the others, there was a distribution of the alpha. So death from CV causes had a 0.7, and then non-fatal MI and non-fatal stroke. So while you will notice that the non-fatal stroke is clearly on this side, remember that the spread is quite huge, and you can't say that this was driven by the non-fatal stroke. Although you will see that this particular finding of a lowering of non-fatal stroke being seen in other GLP-1 RA trials. So clearly there may be a benefit, but the way I would look at it is, one, the shorter duration of follow-up simply because of a lot of patients did not have established heart disease. Second is it's too early to say whether it was just a stroke that was driving the outcomes. So each component of the MACE contributed to the CV benefit shown with the primary composite outcome. You really can't make any conclusion to the individual components being made. And I think this is something that we need to be very clear. A lot of times we try to over-interpret these data. This is the correct interpretation of the trial. The results were consistent, and you will notice that whether it is prior CVD or irrespective of the baseline, these were consistent, and you will notice the p-value for interaction is not significant. This is the microvascular outcome, and I want you to know that the microvascular outcome is a hypothesis generation. And you will notice that the hazard ratio, that the composite microvascular outcome, which is the eye and the renal outcome looked interesting and showed benefit. But again, remember that, that this is hypothesis generation only. Adverse events, again, our worry has always been whether pancreatitis or medullary thyroid CA, and importantly also pancreatic CA, and you will notice that there weren't much. A serious GI event is something that you look for. Clearly nausea and vomiting is something that is there, but serious GI events were the same across both dulaglutide and placebo. So to summarize, and I hope we have good enough time for the discussion that we have in the end, is that the trial was sort of different. You had a large number of patients who did not have existing cardiovascular event. It had a lowest A1C. It had a median follow-up time of around 5.4 years. And what you will find is that Rewind, along with Sustain 6, Leader, and Harmony, actually showed a benefit, and you also and showed superiority. We are only able to talk about the MACE. The components of the MACE individually were not significant, and I would think that one of those reasons is simply because that this was looking at a primary prevention cohort at a large extent. So the key takeaways: majority of patients without established CVD, statistically significant of 12% reduction in MACE3, irrespective of whether patients had a baseline CVD or not. It's only in the first GLP-1 RA to demonstrate consistent benefit with and without established cardiovascular disease. And adverse events were consistent with the other dulaglutide clinical trials that included the award trials. So this is my last slide. Again, my congratulations to the organizing team for such an exceptional conference I've been sitting quietly for a while, listening to some amazing speakers, and I hope that that my talk today helped you understand some of the key issues with the Rewind trial. I'm happy to take any questions, and I will be around at least till the end of the discussions to be able to answer questions. Again, thank you, Rucha and Dr. Dani. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shazi, for wonderful talk. So a couple of questions before they pop up from the audiences. I thought when you showed the 3-point MACE for the Rewind data, though you said that it's not that just the stroke reduction was the primary driver, though it wasn't a big influence, but if you look at the numbers do speak the other way around. If you look at individual endpoints, statistically speaking, the non-fatal strokes did actually have a significant value individually, and not the case with the other 3 points in the MACE. So your comments on that. And secondly, how would this make it different from, say, SUSTAIN 6 data? Because if you look in absolute percentages, whether we look at the leaders or SUSTAIN 6, the numbers look more robust there, but that would be eye washer, I assume, because the kind of populations that were studied were very different. Your comments on that?
So I always believe that the CVOT outcome depends on the baseline population more than anything else. So clearly, we are comparing apples and oranges. The reason I make this particular point about not to get carried away by the stroke driving the events is because the way the graphical interface testing was designed. And we need to get used to this because this is going to be part of what happens in many, many trials. So instead of a systematic hierarchical analysis where, you use the alpha, then you exhaust the alpha, then you go to the next one and you go to the next one. What the FDA allows is for you to spread the alpha across various things. So what actually Lilly did was they tried to give a greater weightage to the death from CV causes. They used about 70% of the alpha for this. And then the rest of it was divided between non-fatal MI and non-fatal stroke. So the reason I'm saying that this is probably not the primary driver is simply because the way the alpha was exhausted. A small number of patients were actually looked at in terms of the non-fatal stroke. Having said that, if we just look at the event rates, it sort of makes sense. I don't want to read too much but if you look at the spread, these are not small lines. You will see that these
का branding ही नहीं डाला CVOT में.
So I think that's really what you need to think about it. The only reason I talk about not being the driver, although I did mention there are signals that you see both in leader as well as in others, it's just that that the data needs to be interpreted with caution. Dr. Sharma?
Yeah, so I think that pretty much explains what I was trying to drive out. You wonderfully explained the whole point, not to compare apple with the oranges. So you have a population where you have established CVD. Of course, you'll need much lesser number and the numbers would look bigger. And I think the same is exemplified with probably, say, declare-TME versus, say, an Emparic. So that's what the difference actually probably constitutes between the two molecules, I assume.
In fact, I didn't want to get into the SGLT2 discussion, but I think with Vertis CV, the important question that we still need to ask is if you were to be using more statins and more PCSK9, will the ASCVD benefit that was seen in pre-2015 trials be replicated? And what I am seeing that is probably going to happen is that there will be a divergence of the GLP-1 RA and the SGLT2 inhibitors. The GLP-1 RA is being more ASCVD driven, and the SGLT2 inhibitors more heart failure and CKD driven. This is just a wild guess, but a guess based on 10 years of looking at this data very, very carefully.
Now, the data skeptics would always wonder and ask you as to what percentage of patients in the SGLT2 trial were on GLP-1 analogs and what percentage of GLP-1 patients, like rewind patients, were on SGLT2. So how many of the patients were actually receiving both of the therapies in either of the trials, if you have any data onto that?
So two things. One is, I think, towards the end of the trial, around 7% were on SGLT2 that's something that I showed up. We don't know if the numbers were enough, and I haven't seen the subgroup analysis of that. However, remember that there are some very interesting real-world analysis that seem to say that when an SGLT2 is added on to GLP-1 RA, the ASCVD benefit it actually increases, so is actually more. So, as Knox said many years ago, these drugs probably belong together. Yeah,
Dr. Ramesh Goel, your comments, please.
Yeah, Dr. Krishna, we were talking about initially glycemic equipoise, but in this trial, there was a clear difference of 0.6% at the end of the trial in the HbA1c. And there was significant weight reduction also in the dulaglutide arm. So could it have influenced the cardiovascular outcomes, the glycemic difference and the difference in the weight?
So this has been a question that's going on for a while. For example, this was sort of more pronounced in the Pioneer 6, where people did talk about a greater difference. And a new publication from Japan that actually said that one of the things that needs to be done is a post hoc analysis of all these trials, adjusting for glycemic equipoise, because you can't really count out the impact of glycemia. The one thing that is very clear is that if you use a GLP-1 RA analog on one end, there is no way you're going to get a glycemic equipoise, simply because these really drive down your A1Cs significantly, let's say, when compared to either an SGLT2 inhibitor or a DPP4 inhibitor. I would never discount the effect of glycemia on improvement in cardiovascular outcomes, especially in a primary prevention arm where a lot of patients really did not have established cardiovascular disease. So I think the point is very, very well taken. That needs to be always factored in.
I think whatever works, it works. So how it works is something that we can always keep on debating. It works, so it works. I mean, maybe working through, like it's like in the Oscar-Bapla trial. I mean, people still talk about in that blood pressure arm, the difference was 3 millimeters of mercury mean. And that's why probably the combination worked better, beta blocker diuretic versus CCB and ACE inhibitor. So 3 millimeter difference tilted in favor of that, but it doesn't matter. I mean, as long as, even if the weight loss here or A1C reduction here is more than the other arm, and if it's going to drive the benefit, I would always take it, no harm in that.
I also feel, having been someone who's done this for a while, I also feel that, we must not overread into trials. And this is a caution that I keep doing, whether it is a confidence interval of, a 95% or 95.3%, or alpha being exhausted with 0.2, or an upper limit of confidence interval of 0.99 versus 1.01. I think at some point of time we must realize that yes, the statistics is there. We must start looking at generalized trends, because that's really what sort of applies to practice. The message for me from the GLP-1 RA trial seems to be that overall there seems to be some kind of benefit in terms of ASCVD, not so much in terms of heart failure, and maybe some benefit in terms of renal dysfunction. I think that's a big picture, and sometimes we run the risk of overanalyzing trials, and I think as I lose more hair and whatever is left becomes more gray, I try to pull back a little and look at the big picture.
I agree. So, Dr. Rucha, can we go ahead with the second talk, or if there are no more questions, because I don't see any questions in the chat box. So,
yes, I think we can go ahead with. We have a panel discussion at the end, actually.
And as well. Okay, so Dr. Seshadri will be there with
Dr.
us as well.
Shashank Joshi.
Yeah.
So, Kamal, if you can, or Dr. Ramesh Goel can introduce.
Yeah, so Dr. Seshadri, if you can stop sharing your screen, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can have
shared it, stopped it a long time ago.
Yeah, thank you. So can I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Shashank Joshi? I think I don't know Dr. Shashank, but we've met a lot of conferences, and I've been an avid listener to you. And people say that I and we both are in some domain, though I'm inferior to you, but our technique of speaking is pretty much like you. So I'm driven and motivated by listening to you once again. It's been a long time that I heard you actually face to face in the same session. So I need not introduce, Dr. Shashank does not require any introduction. He's a fantastic speaker. He's been chair of IDF Southeast Asia, president of Indian Academy of Diabetes, former president of API. The list is never-ending kind of thing. Endocrine Society of India, Research Society of Study of Diabetes, that is RSSDI, even All India Association of Advancing Research in Obesity. He's involved with activities of American Association of Clinical Endocrinology. He's serving as the chairman of the India chapter, and he's honored by the government of India by Padma Shri in 2014 for his efforts in the medicine. And I think the count of paper is not here because he probably himself might have lost the count by now, because he's published so much. He's so well published and so well read. And I think there's nobody else but him who should be talking on this topic as to where we are headed with the, I would really be listening to this very interestingly as to, do you think it's a U-turn that the FDA is taking in doing the CVOTs from superiority to just passing through and then the non-inferiority? So I invite Dr. Shashank as to what is his comments and his throw some light as to, is the FDA trying to befool super specialists, especially cardiologists, by changing the rules and making the 22-yard pitch now 20 yards and saying that it is okay if you get a full toss and hit for a 6? Dr. Shashank.
So thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your kind words of introduction. And I think, I must thank Dr. Rucha and Dr. Samir Dani for having me here. I hope that I'm able to share my screen appropriately, and let me see how to do this, because it's not easy to share some of these screens. And I have to talk on a very unique topic, which is a U-turn of CVOT trials. And let me see. No, I think it's going to be not this way. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Dr. Shashank.
Just present it. I think we can see it.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I must thank Rucha and Samir for asking me to do a very different topic this time, U-turn of CVOTs. And I think, Kamal, what you're saying is that, this is all a Nissan-induced CVOT generation. So let me exactly tell you what did this got masked by COVID. So, to the cardiologist rescue, COVID came, and the FDA draft guidance eliminates the CV outcome trial recommendations for diabetes drug approvals. So clearly they said that what happened in 2008, which mandated for any drug to get an approval, they in March 9th, 2020 removed it. And then of course our lockdown started, so it all got masked. So FDA basically looked at it very, very critically, and they said probably it's not worth it. And why they looked at it and why probably they decided to do away with it, the primary reason was very, very simple. They felt that there was no benefit because none of the CVOT trials which were mandated, which the first drug which passed the CVOT trial from the US FDA perspective was a quick release bromocriptine, till the latest trial in 2020. Every trial which US FDA looked at, none of them actually showed harm. And therefore they felt that it's a waste of a lot of pharmaceutical resources, it was blocking drug development, and it was not worthwhile at all. So I am now going to go into another spin, that let us look at the journey, how cardiovascular risks and new age agents made an impact on CV outcome trials for FDA to do this U-turn. We all know that cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of death among people with diabetes, 50% increase in unstable angina, 50% myocardial infarction, much more with heart failure and stroke, and obviously it's only 50%, it's not everything. So actually what initially started as in 2003 with Steve Hafner's paper, which got very hugely criticized, that heart attack and diabetes is one, has now come down to 50% and maybe even 1/3, because the cause of deaths in diabetics are living longer. And if you look at the various impact these CVOTs have had in 16, 17, 18 and 19 on various countries and geographies across the world, and cardiology societies, diabetes societies across the world, it has been pretty huge and very compelling. So I would again say that though FDA made this change, they did have to go through this journey. So what is that guidance which came out in December 2008? The guidance was that when you have a new anti-diabetic therapy to treat type 2 diabetes, it is not associated with unacceptable increase in cardiovascular risk. And they concluded that not a single agent on planet Earth had unacceptable increase in cardiovascular risk. So that is why they abandoned it. So it's all pretty much safe, whatever is being launched. And if the 3-point MACE in the phase 3 trials do not show any signal of any hurt, I think it's quite okay to go ahead, and phase 4 they might do a CVOT if required. So their cut points for that was that there is no need for a post-marketing study if the upper bound of confidence interval was looking at. So we have a lot of underpowered studies, inferior studies, and therefore they didn't approve it if the band was between say 1.3 to 1.8. So the non-inferiority boundary of hazard ratio 1.3 to 1.8 became a cut point. That still stays, mind you, but it won't be a CVOT. It will be looking at the collation of phase 3 trials for CV outcomes. And then probably they will need to do a post-marketing study. That is how the FDA was mandating. So any diabetes CVOT design had basically two challenges, pre-approval and post-approval. And now what they have said in their guidance is it's going to be post-approval, not pre-approval. It is either event-driven or time-driven, and it is only powered by a primary endpoint. So fundamentally, when you look at a CVOT outcome trial, now after 2020, you will have predominantly post-approval CVOT trials. Of course, the primary endpoint game will change from 5-point MACE to 3-point MACE or sometimes 4-point MACE, and usually is event-driven and not time-driven. And if you look at all the CVOTs in obesity and diabetes, you can see whether it is SGLT2, whether it is a pioglitazone, whether it's a gliptin, GLP-1, insulin, glitazone, AGI, and even a locurserin. You can see there's a big gamut of trials, and we just had a very disappointing result from Botis CV, which had an identical population like the EMPA-REG, but came out to be neutral. But the mandatory thing for FDA is, first of all, do no harm. And that's why if you look at all these trials, let us look at the journey. The real guidance from FDA came in 2008, but actual trials took 5 years to start coming out. And the first 4 trials in the diabetic space which came out were between 2013 and 15. The Examine, the Elixa, the TCOS, and SAVOR-TIMI. And the Examine and SAVOR-TIMI clearly showed that all the 4 trials showed a hazard ratio very, very similar. They all showed that all the 4 compounds, 1 GLP-1 analog and 3 gliptins, were pretty much safe. I mean, there was no major challenge at all. HHF was a challenge with Examine and SAVOR-TIMI, but probably that was still a smoke, not a signal. Then, you know, that time the guidance in 2015, when these trials were out, was it is glucose control, and after metformin you can use any agent. And it really, the impact of cardiovascular complications on glucose control was pretty much uncertain. So it was a very general approach with no specific preferences. Then between 2013 and 16, we added EMPA-REG outcome in 2015, leader and sustain. And clearly, EMPA-REG, leader and sustain changed the landscape of cardiovascular outcome trials. You can see a clear-cut hazard ratio of 0.86 for EMPA-REG, 0.87 for leader, and 0.74 for sustain 6, clearly changing the landscape of the trials. And that made a compelling statement for the ADA in 2017 to say that people with long-standing suboptimally controlled type 2 diabetics with established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, you could choose EMPA or a LIRA because they have been documented to reduce cardiovascular and all-cause mortality, and the level of evidence despite of the CVOT was only B. So mind you that very clearly. Then of course the landscape got further expanded with DEVOTE coming in, with Excel coming in, and the Canvas coming in. So that got further added, and the maze got a little more clouded because again you had DEVOTE, which was neutral, Canvas, which was positive, which was a program actually, and Excel, which was again neutral. So you had those 3 trials coming out in 2017, and then you can see again the European Society of Cardiology woke up and they said after metformin you have 2 agents, EMPA and a LIRA or a SEMA, which could have a CV preventive effect. Then of course came the Camilla trial, the TB16 for the locurserin, and therefore this whole approach of glucose lowering became more and more clouded, and the evidence-based hierarchy got introduced in 2018, that you could have Lira, which is better than Sema, which is better than exenatide, Empa, which is better than Cana, and that whole evidence-based approach started in various glucose lowering medications with SGLT2 and the GLP-1 analogs. So obviously there was a sea change between the guidance from 2015, which was metformin, and after that pretty much everything, to clearly 2018, where you could see that the general approach with no specific preferences changing to patients with established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or CKD or heart failure. You have two choices like GLP-1 or SGLT2 inhibitors with Pro-1 CVD benefits which were recommended. So that was a big thing. Then came of course Carmelina and Harmony and Declare, and those results came out. They were pretty compelling, and obviously then the cardiologists really got their act together, whether it was the American College of Cardiology, whether it was the European Society of Cardiology, clearly said that CV risk in patients with type 2 diabetes with established CVD had an impact. So that is what it happened. And then of course Krishna just talked about Rewind and Carolina, that came in 2019, and here you can see the 3-point basis of Rewind, Pioneer and Carolina, clearly very clearly there, that if you look at it, then in 2019 they said SGLT2 with a Pro-1 CV benefit with adequate EGFR, or GLP-1 with a Pro-1 CV benefit, and you can use that as a preferential target. And obviously therefore there is a lot of change in the guidance, and you can see even for GLP-1 it could be liraglutide or semaglutide which got in. And then of course came the renal endpoints like Credence, which showed a very clear positive outcome, and again that got documented there very clearly on the glucose lowering medication. ESC and ESD got together and they said, look, if you have a high risk cardiovascular patient, you can directly bypass metformin, use SGLT2 or GLP-1 monotherapy, and therefore for very high risk patients you had this option which came in. So obviously this kept on changing, and of course then the Heart Failure Association from Europe, the European Society for Heart Failure, came out with a position statement that clearly GLP-1 receptor agents or DPP-4 agents might have a neutral effect on hospitalization for heart failure, but SGLT2 inhibitors reduce HF. And then of course the modifications on various ADA-ASD guidelines came in, and this was the cut of trials up to 2019, and that's really the time the clock started ticking in the US FDA mind, that this is all the trials which are large trials. I'm not going into small trials. You have the SOUL trial, the Pioneer program, which also got this thing published, the SELECT trial, the Amplitude O, the Vertis CV, those got added in. Clearly you can see by 2019, the US FDA Endocrine and Metabolic Committee started realizing the futility of these trials, because none of those trials were showing harm. Okay, at best they were showing benefit, and that's not worth it. So clearly the principles of management in diabetes have moved from multifactorial cause to multifactorial intervention. And when we are getting into multifactorial intervention, guidelines have changed across the world. Why really waste money in doing CVOT trials? And therefore, if you see from 2008, when the US FDA said that just lowering A1C, lower the better was there, it clearly changed the window. In the last 12 years or 13 years, you see that lower the better, without weight gain, without hypoglycemia, without side effects, to 2019, where cardiovascular risk reduction became a mandatory thing, lower blood pressure, better cholesterol, proven safety and efficacy became the order of the day. So obviously, the cardiovascular risk with new therapies does not need a CVOT in March 2020, because they realized the futility of the exercise, because there was no unacceptable increase in cardiovascular risk. As I said, FDA's primary mandate is safety, and they did not observe from a single trial, any unacceptable risk of cardiovascular risk overall, and that's why they decided to abandon this whole exercise of CVOT trials, which are now not mandated for approval of any anti-diabetic agent. So what I try to do is give you a very rapid glimpse of the cardiovascular outcome space, telling you that we only look at positive results, we only look at neutral results, but the regulator sees it from a very different window. They see with a window of doing harm, and clearly they saw that this was just a step with a lot of resources and money going in, but was trying to delay the development of drugs. And when they did a close scrutiny, and that came in the controversy of rosiglitazone era, and the record trial got published after that, clearly showed Rosi never harmed the way it was perceived to be harmed. Pioglitazone actually showed a trial which was pretty useful. So clearly there was no unacceptable increase in cardiovascular risk, and that is why clearly you can see that these trials have had a full U-turn, and you will see a demise of these trials in times to come unless they are investigator initiated, or unless there is a compelling reason of a safety signal which comes in phase 3 studies. Most of these trials will be gone, and another 5 years probably we'll keep on discussing these trials, but after 5 years we'll see a demise of these trials because no excess cardiovascular harm was seen on any of these studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shashank. Wonderful talk, very well explained, and I think you made a lot of things very clear. Very fantastic talk as usual. My point is, and I want to open everyone, including Dr. Goel, my co-chair, Dr. Seshadri, previous speaker. My point is, how would we be now looking at trials in future? Are we looking at something like you'll have 2 arms of a trial, wherein the first arm is just to have the safety pass through so that it becomes a diabetic drug in market and is available to be launched, and then same patients will continue to get enrolled for a CV safety or CV superiority arm? Or you have 2 separate trials designed so that one gets you into the diabetic portfolio, and another drug like an SGLT2 which is looking to explore, once that first trial of safety is achieved, then they look at the CV reduction event rate. Because as a skeptic, I can look at it this way, because there are a lot of molecules which are getting killed. So from the industry point of view, if you, for example, like Vertis, if you fail to show superiority, the molecule is gone because you already have 3 other molecules which are beyond the safety. They are talking of CV reduction. So how do you counter this? That it's not just to make the level playing field, but it's actually to allow some of the other companies also to come as an anti-diabetic agent, which is not causing an harm, though may not be superior or as good as the other established or some other class of molecules.
So Dr. Sharma, I will tell you very clearly. First of all, these are all US FDA norms, so they don't apply to India in the first place. Okay, and I think Indian regulator is reasonably wise now, and it doesn't really bother about all this. So we are having higher cardiovascular burden than the rest of the world, and obviously still it matters. If it is done, it matters, but we don't have resources or the money to prove that safety. Now, the basic need of doing these harms were because Steve Nissen got out a signal that anti-diabetic agents in general can cause harm, and that signal was more of a smoke. And what they did in the last 12 years, they got some beautiful results and accidental results. In fact, I didn't go into the US FDA document itself. They said they feel the EMPA-REG was a freak trial, and they feel that their outcomes was, they actually used the word freak trial, and they said that outcome was outstandingly different. They never expected the curve to separate so early, and that's something which we could separate the curve so fast. Having said that, I think anti-diabetic drug development never had cardiovascular window in it. It got inserted for a potential harm, and now it has got exonerated that there is no harm. If at all a signal is seen, can we have the organizers muting the mics because we can hear what they are saying? Hello.
Can we mute the mics? Can we mute the other mics?
Hello, can we mute the mics, please? I am not able to talk.
Please mute the other mics.
So, Kamal, you see what has happened is that the harm is not seen, and a lot of drug development got harmed. You very rightly said that ertugliflozin could have been getting a very clean picture because if it was a class effect. Now, it's not going to get that picture, and they have spent $300 million on that compound. So that money is not needed. But if they see in phase 3 program any signal of harm, they will approve the drug and they will mandate a CVOT. That is how actually the Canvas program was made. They saw some signal and they mandated a study. So the point is that they don't want to make a delay of a drug development by almost 10 years. Because when a compound is discovered, if you waste 10 years in development, then by the time it gets marketed to the end finished product, already it is becoming generic. So that is why they have actually stopped that whole thing. And it has an implication. Also SGLT2 inhibitors. If you look at EMPA-REG, if you look only at the Caucasian population, it is not a positive trial. All the positive outcomes of SGLT2 inhibitor empagliflozin came in the Asian population because we are exquisitely sensitive. So if you separate the Asian arm, while if you look at Vertis CV did not have India as an arm, and therefore we will not know whether it will perform in the Indian population. So obviously, ideally speaking, if you ask me very honestly, we need to actually start doing investigator-initiated, India-specific cardiovascular outcome trials. That is probably the need of the hour, but I think we are still not geared up for that. We can do the trials, we have registries, we have very top cardiologists in the country who can do these trials and study cardiovascular events very aggressively, but I think it's still a learning curve, but I think in times to come we will have to document that in a better way. But I think it's a welcome change if you ask me, because this had blocked a lot of drug development, and I think now at least there will be fast tracking of drugs, but that will not mean that there won't be oversight. Oversight will be there, but only thing is it will be post approval, not pre approval. That's the only change which has happened.
So I think what you're saying is presumably either the trial design would be that the first trial would finish the non-inferiority and then the second trial enrolls for CV. Or it will be something like Canvas.
There will not be any CV. There will not be any CV outcome trial now. CV outcome trial is not going to be a part of the phase 3.
So then how will we know about the new class of molecules that will have CV benefit?
So that is not going to happen, period. That's not going to happen, because if a company wants to show superiority, then they have to invest into a risk as phase 4 program and do the trial. But for approval, it will not be necessary. So,
that would be for treatment of diabetes. Suppose the same, like the Canvas trial, you can have two arms, something like that.
No, that will not happen. See, fundamentally, this was never meant for superiority. It was only meant to show that it is not doing harm. So FDA took out that guidance, and therefore there will not be any CVOT trial if the 3-point MACE in the phase 3 program, where cardiovascular events are adjudicated, are studied, they show a trend which might have an hazard ratio going above 1.8. They will then halt it and they will say phase 4 you do this trial.
So do you think that now we are making EMPA-REG and these kind of trials metformin for the next era? Now you're going to set the benchmark so high and you're not going to try anybody to cross it over. Are we making SGLT2s the new metformins for the couple of decades to come?
We don't know. I think, you see, latest DAPA trial has shown that it actually reduced even in pre-diabetes. You know, the new development of diabetes. So it actually showed a preventive arm also. So these are new age agents. So it is for that particular manufacturer to invest if they want to show a superiority. But it is not a requirement of the regulator. So what is happening is a lot of molecules will pass through the filter, and if somebody feels there are compelling reasons to invest millions of dollars, then because you see the healthcare industry is under pressure and is cracking up because of very high cost. So this will actually allow more molecules and more pathways to get in. However, the scrutiny on cardiovascular vigilance will not stop, and superiority was, as I said, was a chance. Okay, harm was not a chance. So what they saw consistently was no harm. The only smoke they saw was in the 2 gliptin arms, which were the HHF, the saver, which also got exonerated little later.
Dr. Seshadri, your comments?
So a couple of things. I think we need to look at this a little carefully. I go with what Shashank says. Can I share one slide? Is it okay if I share one slide?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I want you to look at this particular slide, and to me, this actually tells the story of the U-turn. Now, if you look at this particular slide, what it tells you is the number of patients who were in the phase 3 program when sitagliptin was approved. Remember, sitagliptin was approved before the FDA mandate. There were 1,500 patients in the phase 3 trial, of which the study drug was on for 12 months only in 445 patients. Only 65 patients had renal impairment. They had two monotherapies, one add-on to metformin, one add-on to TCD, and one moderate to severe renal impairment. The FDA mandate, because of this, in canagliflozin, there were 6,600 patients, of which 4,700 patients were on it for more than 18 months. And renal impairment was 1,360, and these were the other things. Now, this is really the most important benefit of the CVOTs, meaning that you had a lot more patients who were exposed to in terms of the safety signals. So really, what is the FDA telling you? They're now telling you, let's do at least 500 patients with stage 3 or stage 4, 600 patients with established CVD, and at least 600 patients greater than 65 years of age. So what the FDA is doing is they're saying, look, we need patients with different kinds of risk factors in trials. We know that as Shashank said, there is really no big CV safety Nissen kind of this thing. What you really want is the industry to work. At the same time, we need to have more patients exposed to a drug when they come out of the phase 3. So what they've done is created a robust phase 3 program with a large group of patients with high morbidities and risk factors being imposed into the trial. Also remember, in the last 10 years, something else that has happened. Venture capital funding of new diabetic drugs has reduced by 50%. And this is going to impact drug development for the next 10 years. I think the FDA has seen its signal. I'm very happy to see this new piece of information. If a company wants to establish superiority, let them do the trials. But that should not be the benchmark to introduce a new drug. Shashank?
I agree with you completely. I think
one comment from me, Dr. Shashank.
Yeah, Ramesh.
Then are the guidelines set to change? Because all the guidelines say that you should use the agent which has proven cardiovascular benefit.
Correct. So that guideline will still say. But as Krishna said, now the company has to invest post-approval, not pre-approval. See, many of these companies hit their endpoints much before approval. So if somebody still wants to take the risk, like a Novo or a Sanofi, these big majors, the big players, they still will have to take that risk. But once this, now what everybody will do, they will fast track approvals and they will get the molecule in the market. They will see the signals from their early phase 3, because then once the CVOT is out, the drug won't take 7-8 years to get out. It will be out in probably 3 to 4 years. And that window of 3-4 years will allow them a larger window of time, because it will be also available in real time. And that will allow them to actually garner a larger basket. But somebody, you are right, somebody wants to show the superiority, they will have to do money, put their money upfront on their own. So guidelines will not change. Guidelines will still stay. As Kamal said, the benchmark has been hired up now. Now that the benchmark is hired up, it will not lower it down. Today, if I want, or Professor Satyavan Sharma, who's my teacher, wants that we want a drug, we will all look for a drug with cardiovascular protection and renal protection. We will want it. If I'm getting a drug with cardiovascular and renal protection, why should I go for an inferior drug, which is just a neutral drug? So that benchmark has been set. But now somebody will have to make an extra effort. But at least we know, okay, this drug doesn't harm, that's all.
Yeah, but another point, then the same the story of vildagliptin will be repeated. That vildagliptin we have been using since a decade, and yet it has not gone through US FDA cardiovascular trial.
But so, now a drug like Vilda or Remo can go through a US FDA window in an easier way, and actually their generic population will make it available because it will be economical for them. So actually it is their problem, it is not our problem. For us, you see, we know that the drug is safe, we have seen that it doesn't harm, we use it any which ways, because for us cost dominates. So for them the cost doesn't dominate. So for them actually an approval for a Vilda or Remo to get approved in the US becomes easier now, because they need to only do it on, say, maybe couple of thousand, as Krishna said, 300, 600, 500 patients, and you are in the game. So lot more players will come in.
So exactly what Dr. Seshadri was saying. I mean, it's still driven by venture capitalists to some extent. How you can get a lot of funding for new molecules, and a lot of new molecules came, and you can get more molecules actually flooding the diabetes market. CV safety is now left not to the FDA. I mean, safety is there, but superiority is again left to the clinicians. You take your own call, design your own protocols, or maybe push the companies or the venture capitalists to design a trial beyond once they are available, like remogliflozin. You already have a molecule. Now, if you want to do a CV superiority trial, it's your headache, company's headache. It's none of the FDA. So I think a lot of those kind of things are going to happen to diabetology. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Can I come in, Dr. Sharma? It's very interesting, and maybe Shashank can also add. Many times when I speak on the future drugs in diabetes, more than the medical literature, I look at what the presentations that companies are making to investors, because they are the ones that are most likely to make it to the market. The market is actually, the investors are actually sharper than most of us, because they have a very, very good clue on what is really likely to succeed. So we can't divorce the science from the commerce of getting a drug in, and unfortunately, the FDA does that balancing. Remember, the FDA's function is not to tell you if this is wonderful. Its values will tell you if it meets a certain benchmark and is it safe. I think we need to be very clear about the regulatory function of an organization. Having said that, I also want to make this comment which I made in the last thing. Sometimes we get into the binaries of statistics. 0.99 versus 1.01. It's actually a continuum, isn't it? I remember in the UK PDS, people saying, if you had 4 more deaths in the less intensive arm, then you would have had cardiovascular benefits. So clearly, we know the signals, and sometimes we get too carried away with the binaries of statistics.
So can I just be the devil's advocate and throw in a small googly ball to ask all of you, and especially Shashank and Krishna, and then Rajiv, we haven't heard you talk. So what I wanted to say is, I know CVOT trials should not be done, but Shashank and Rajiv, had we not done these CVOT trials, sometimes you don't understand the other pleiotropic benefits. For example, we just heard for today about the DAPA-HF. And when we did the DAPA-HF, we found there was a 30% reduction in the incidence of progression from pre-diabetes to diabetes. Secondly, in the IRIS study, we found pioglitazone reduces, the breast cancer incidence, for example. We have another study which was done for an anticoagulant, and we had this 50% reduction in in heart failure hospitalization. It was an anticoagulant study. So we do have these pleiotropic benefits that we may never find out about if we don't do the CVOT. So I'm not promoting them, but I'm also saying that sometimes we do end up with some other, and what are your thoughts about that? It should not be mandated, but should they still be done for maybe a shorter, shorter periods may not work. So that's...
No. So let me, Rucha, you may ask a very pertinent question. Let me put it straight. I think this is more of a technical thing. All they have said is it is not mandatory, but they have not said that don't do it. And I am sure a lot of the big manufacturers will do it independent of the US FDA guidance. That's the number one thing. But nobody will take the research risk. So what is going to happen is that people will do it only after they see some compelling evidence in the first 2 years of the molecule launch. So 3 things are going to happen in drug development. Drugs will be developed at a shorter duration. They will have a longer shelf life in the market, which is in the patent protected time. And in that patent protected time, when they are available to the real world, that is the time some of these trials will still happen. I still feel we'll see the pleiotropy. I don't see that it will not happen. Also, as Krishna said, the cohorts they are outlining in the phase 3 will give us reasonable direction or signals to know whether the outcome is going to be appropriate or not. Suppose in a very vulnerable renal cohort or a very vulnerable heart failure cohort, you see in those 600 patients a very clear direction of a hazard ratio which is favorable. Obviously, that company phase 4 will do a post-approval trial. So that will still happen. I think what they have been done is they have been smart from an economic or a commerce perspective, but from a research perspective, I think nothing has changed, if you ask me very honestly. But the bottleneck that a drug of its life of 25 years was staying inside before being born, inside the womb for 12 years. Otherwise, before the 2008, it used to stay in the womb maybe for 7 or 8 years. That shortening of 4 years will allow a larger use on the larger population at a cost. So that is something which is there. So there's a lot of smart economics in it. I think the science answers will still remain. We will still need the pleiotropy. We'll still get those things. We'll still do mechanistic studies. Lot of mechanistic studies will still happen. And I think even CV outcome studies will still happen. But a superiority game came by accident. Nobody expected leader to be positive. Nobody expected empiric to be positive. And even till date, we don't have clear answers because there is heterogeneity now. Well, even in SGLT2, everybody thought it's a class. But we know that the impact of SGLT2 on 3-point MACE is modest. On HHF is clear cut. So if you look at even across all trials, you can see it's a modest outcome. I don't think there's a very clear cut class effect which I can pronounce it, So I think that is what my take on it is. Krishna, you have another take?
I have two points to add. That one of the problems with the CVOTs has always been the glycemic equipoise question that Dr. Ramesh Goyal raised. In fact, I didn't have the data in my hand at that point of time, but if the CVOTs had the A1C difference seen in IGCTs, you wouldn't see much of you would see the same kind of benefit. In fact, if you look at Sustain 6, the A1C was 26% less than the placebo, and may even have explained some of the things. So there were some issues with this. The way I look at it is this. One, at this point of time, given the CVOTs, smaller companies, multinational companies, let's say a company from India, has very little access to the US market at this point of time, simply because they can't afford a CVOT. What this does is it sort of opens up a larger, bigger basket of drugs to come into the market. Second, I think, with 600 CV events, you're still going to see signals if you follow the new this thing. What is going to happen is that there is going to be a two-phase development. One, a phase that by which a drug comes into the market because it is safe, and then the manufacturer making an effort to find out if it has more indications. So the diabetologist will get a first crack at it, and the cardiologist and the nephrologist a second crack at it, as opposed to now when everybody gets the same crack at it. So as semi-primary care physicians, Shashank, you and I get to go with the drug first.
Rajiv had a point to make. Rajiv?
I had no point to make. For a long period, I was listening to all of you guys. I think cardiovascular outcome trial made us very, very rich in our knowledge. It told us that we could use good drugs and make sure patients don't reach cardiologists or nephrologists. They gave us a lot of things to ponder over. So the cardiovascular outcome trial summit last year, Shashank, it's for you also to join in. They spoke about a pre-approval at a hazard ratio of 1.5 rather than do a post-approval 1.3 hazard ratio. So you never know, maybe that may come in and maybe they may be pushing for that kind of a hazard ratio. Apart from that, I think they have really made us richer in our knowledge, and we've now realized that we can compete with cardiologists. And I want to have a day or a news when there's a diabetes outcome trial done for cardiovascular drugs. You don't know, maybe a PCSK9 may cause retinopathy. Maybe an ezetimibe may increase chronic kidney disease. We don't know. So anti-diabetic drugs have been hit at every corner, red and blue corner. Drugs do cause harm. And I don't think because of the 2008 mandate, anti-diabetics, both oral and biologics, have gone through a real stringent process. And we are very, very happy with the process, though the pharma has spent a lot of money, but it has helped us. We would have never known that probably Saxa causes heart failure, or EMPA doesn't cause heart failure, or we have a drug which actually reduces cardiovascular death much more than a statin would ever do. So I think our knowledge has surely gained, and I don't think in any field of medicine there has been an outcome study to look at whether it worsens an outcome of another specialty. So it's unique in itself, and I hope that it does require some changes, and we hope that those changes do come in, because otherwise 5 to 7 years are lost just in cardiovascular outcome, and probably you don't get anything like a Vertis CV.
I think, Rajiv, I completely agree with you. And one thing I want to say is I'm reminded of a debate which late Jerry Revan had versus Scott Grundy. Scott Grundy is the Mr. Cholesterol man. And he used to always argue that, it's all only cholesterol, because he used to head the NCEP. And he was a very CVOT oriented, Nissanized guy. I would say Nissanization started from Scott Grundy probably. And Jerry Revan used to say it's all insulin resistance. All what we are gifting to our cardiology colleagues or our nephrology colleagues or everybody else is sharing the pie, because we are not controlling insulin resistance well. So I think, Rajiv, you make a very important point that now we are not glucose-centric, but I think if these type of trials had continued, probably we would have put a lot of other specialties out of business also. So that also you have to be very mindful of.
On the contrary, I feel on the lighter note that we are, I hope...
Dr. Satyanarayana Sharma wanted to make a point. I wanted to hear his viewpoint.
Sir, please.
Yes,
Sir.
please, yeah.
Shashank, as always, you have been brilliant and bit provocative too. It was, I think, around 15 years back in one of our American College of Cardiology meeting, Dr. Braunwald told that, there is a need for cardiologists to start looking at the anti-diabetic drugs. And I think that statement was beginning of a lot of trials, which we are discussing today. if I look very, very broadly, I think what these trials have given us, they had made the cardiologists understand that what Shashank and my other colleagues are doing, whether they are giving patients the drugs which are safe for us. So I think it has added quite a lot to the knowledge of cardiologists, particularly to know, that how best patients with diabetes can be treated. Now, Shashank's very provocative title, whether it is a U-turn, I don't think it's a U-turn, because the trials were started with a good motive. And there is actually not a U-turn. It may be a full stop, that we have achieved some amount of knowledge, and possibly what we were doing by repeating these trials is not necessary. And by doing more trials at this point, possibly we won't get any further knowledge. So it looks like a full stop. Maybe, there will be some more studies needed. And as you yourself very rightly told, that there will be studies, but what will be the aim of those studies, possibly we don't know at this point. So I think with these trials, we have learned a lot as cardiologists to know largely the safety of the anti-diabetic drugs and which are the drugs, which can be beneficial.
I hope that this does not stop cardiologists and endocrinologists to come on one platform for debates and discussion next time, because if you stop all CBOT, there will not be enough cardiologists are coming on to Diabetology Forum. So I wonder, on a lighter note, how much of this was driven out of this.
No, Kamal, we are still debating on metformin also.
No, but not the cardiologists. Then you will be debating amongst yourselves. So cardiologists will not be required for all the new molecules. You'll not have any CB signals.
But I look at it from a very positive angle, because of which I can meet all of you all cardiologists, nephrologists, and now it is a cardiometabolic spectrum. Otherwise, where will we meet somebody like Samir or Professor Sharma? It's very unique. Rucha, Rajiv, Bansi, Krishna, we see every day. But to see all of you all outside our cath labs without a gown is such a pleasure.
I completely second that view of Shashank.
Dr. Mohanan has just decided to join us as well. He didn't want to miss out the party. Dr. Mohanan, any comments on?
And I just want to repeat the statement which I made. The
Yes,
2019 American Society of Endocrinology meeting at New Orleans, there was a paper which showed cardiologists see more diabetics than endocrinologists. So please understand that we would not have been wiser about the excellent heart failure reducing drugs better than ARNI if there was no CVOT trials. So trials had done their purpose, and possibly, it is not the end of the out. I don't think FDA has said no more trials. Now definitely everybody wanted to know more about that. It may not be as time tested or time testing or expensive trial, but we are going to see more and more data, and that will be beneficial for every one of us.
I think when we should think about this as a transition. When a king is dead, you say the king is dead, long live the king, which means that we just move to a new avatar and move on. It doesn't mean that we're not looking at CV safety. It doesn't mean that we're not going to look at the same trials and see, is there a signal of CV benefit? It's just that we're going to go from a single phase, spend all your money and then feel disappointed, to a two-phase where establish your safety. And if you think that there's some benefit, go ahead and invest your own money into it. I think that makes a lot of sense to me.
I agree. Completely agree.
And for the cardiologist colleagues here, one comment that are we looking towards a time where cardiologists and nephrologists would be using more of SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 RAs as compared to diabetologists and endocrinologists?
I think so.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Yeah, I think so. We are headed that way. When you have data like DEPA-HF, where you talk about non-diabetics benefiting from SGLT2, you have handed it over to us. So no problem. We are more than happy to use it.
Because Ramesh, talking about Ramesh, on a lighter note, the second most prescribed HCP specialty for statins after cardiologists are diabetologists and endocrinologists. So it will keep going up and down. So we are very happy. I would love to refer a patient for control to a cardiologist. The day is made.
I just warn you, don't get into this argument with Kamal because he will start telling you that you can't do 2D echo or intervention, and
No.
we'll win that route.
To the cath lab and open a occluded at T whole MI.
No, but now, we don't need to do that because best medical management is as good as any revascularization. So,
the next room, that's the conversation going on.
Not beyond that.
No, but lockdown has only shown that very clearly.
And in Mumbai, from Andheri West to Andheri East, it usually takes more than that.
No, but in the lockdown, it has shown very clearly that most revascular procedures are unindicated.
Absolutely.
So that's a very big lesson which we have
That's
seen.
a debate for some other day.
Yes.
But that was shown about 20 years ago. 80 milligrams of a statin and call me in the morning, it works as much as PTCA. But having said that, looking at cardiologists' use versus endocrinologists' use or diabetologists' use of SGLT2, it's like comparing COVID numbers in New York versus Mumbai, right? There are far more people using primary care SGLT2 inhibitors than New Zealand. So cardiologists using SGLT2 is like New Zealand, a small number of people in a small number of patients in terms of the far more greater use in primary care in many ways. But anyway, we can keep arguing. I think let's go to the front as well.
Anyway, Rucha, thanks, and Samir, thanks. We had a wonderful time meeting all the cardiologists. So no hard feelings.
Dr. Dani had to be in the next room. He was here in the beginning and he got to hear most of it, but he had to jump in for Dr. Samir Kapadia's talk. And I thank Dr. Shashank, Dr. Krishna, Dr. Satyavan, Dr. Kamal Sharma, Dr. Rajiv, all of you for a wonderful session, and Ramesh, of course, always willing to be my partner in crime. And I invite you now all to join us in the other hall, in Mahatma Gandhi Hall, for all the audience as well, where we have an interesting conversation going on PCI versus CABG in diabetes by Dr. Samir Kapadia. So please join in for the conclusion of that talk, followed by the plenary talk by Dr. Ralph DeFronzo on insulin resistance and its role in coronary artery disease. So I would love to have you. I will send it to you immediately. Yes.
Thanks.
And I want to hear your comments to Dr. Samir Kapadia about this. I just put this question as soon as you said, I texted in the chat box that lockdown has shown medical management is better. What are your thoughts? I just put that down. So let's see if he answers that. Anyway, so I've stolen your question. I'll be honest about that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
By regards to Dr. Satyavan Sharma, I'm meeting him after a very long time.
Wonderful. Regards, We've taken pictures. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
And we will be closing this room for tonight, and we will see you again back tomorrow afternoon. So thank you.
Just finished. बहुत अच्छा. Actually, it was a meeting going on in Ahmedabad with this thing. Actually, incidentally, Shashank Joshi was one of the speakers, and then we had a little debate. So in the end, he told, I'm meeting him after such a long time, and good this. Okay, doc, there is one patient at 8:30, and then I'm free. A very busy day of webinars and